Joining us this evening. We have two items on our workshop that we're going to get started with first. And I did just want to make a note this evening that starting at the beginning of the workshop, we will be starting the live streaming option for our meetings this evening. So just wanted to make everyone aware now, and then I'll repeat that at the beginning of the regular meeting as well. So Emily, the first item is related to the fire department and some updates.
Yes, thank you. We have Deputy Chief Pendleton here tonight to talk with us about some fire department updates to Chapter 102. So I think if you want to call him up now, he can start with that with us.
Great, thanks. Hi, Dave.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Planning Board Chairperson, board members, planning staff, counselor, and the public audience. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the status of the City Council's consideration of changes to Chapter 102 Fire Prevention within the City Code. The request for a Chapter 102 update was introduced to the City Council on July 24th as new business. The first reading occurred on September 18th, and the public hearing was held this week on October 2nd. The final hearing is scheduled for October 16th, the day after my birthday, so I'm hoping that I can extend my celebration to the next day, but we'll see what happens. Chapter 102 consists of 5 articles, which are relatively straightforward and not necessarily too long-winded, but Article 1, Fire Code, references an outdated source and needs to instead reference NFPA 1. NFPA stands for the National Fire Protection Association, which publishes approximately 384 codes and standards that attempt to keep safe civilians and members of the industry, and of course are often utilized by fire service personnel. Article 2, Life Safety Code, is fine as written. However, both Article 1 and Article 2 need to indicate that Saco will use the same additions as the State Fire Marshal's Office. This will prevent confusion for builders and developers when they make, and should make plans review easier and less confusing. Article 3, Fire Lanes, and Article 4, Mutual Aid Pacts, have very minimal proposed changes. Article 5, Fire Hydrants, is proposed to have removed outdated details about types of fire hydrants in their installation, and instead direct readers to the main water company's specifications for fire hydrants. Previously, we would write the specifications, and then when main water would change, we would have to come back and update those changes. But if we just refer them to main water, we won't have to worry about making updates on our end any longer. Now, if the proposed changes by the fire department were limited to only these edits, I feel that Chapter 102 could likely receive quick approval by the City Council with limited discussion. However, the fire department has inserted into Article 1 the consideration for installing residential fire sprinklers in all new homes. The topic of residential fire sprinklers is one that deserves considerable attention and appropriate debate. On April 11th, 2021, the updated subdivision ordinance approved by the City Council became effective. The update called for the installation of residential fire sprinkler systems in each new home within new subdivisions. Projects already in the building permit process were exempt, and there was no retroactivity included. The Planning Board, some whom remain with us currently, the City Planner, Emily Prescott at the time, and then Bob Hamlin, and the fire department worked closely to consider whether to include residential fire sprinkler systems in the update or not. So we had really good discussions. We went back and forth. You know, I presented information of their value and how they work. A couple planning board members were even willing to perhaps do across the board sprinkler requirements for all new buildings, but the fire department expressed that a phased approach to including residential fire sprinkler system in new homes would stand the best chance of approval if we approached it in a phased manner. So a group decision was made to move forward with the inclusion of residential fire sprinklers only in new homes within new subdivisions. As of April 14th, 2023, the Office of the State Fire Marshal had approved 23 residential fire sprinkler permits for new homes and subdivisions. Through June 15th, 2023, the Planning Board had approved for construction an additional 111 new 1- and 2-family dwellings. Certainly, not all these have come out of the ground, and but they are generally in subdivisions and will have sprinkler systems if they are built. Not included in these counts or these numbers are an additional approved 177 apartments. So I just want everyone to know that an apartment building contains 3 or more dwelling units, and that for new apartment buildings, they have for quite some time been required to have a fire sprinkler system. So for many years, almost all residential occupancies other than 1- and 2-family dwellings have been required to have a fire sprinkler system. Now, more than 2.5 years after the implementation of the updated subdivision ordinance, and now in conjunction with the Chapter 102 update, the fire department desires to move into the next phase and expand the installation of residential fire sprinkler systems to all new 1- and 2-family homes across the city, not just in subdivisions. Several local builders and developers spoke against the expansion on Monday night at the council meeting. Of course, an important topic, and the one most referenced, was cost. The fire department completely understands that the timing to introduce this life safety effort is horrible, given the ongoing discussion about affordable housing. We also understand that there will likely never be a good time to consider this expansion, and so we feel strongly enough about the benefits of residential fire sprinkler systems that we must provide our best attempt to make it happen and move forward. So really the goal for the City Council is to approve an updated Chapter 102 with or without the residential fire sprinkler requirements. The fire department is certainly hopeful that the language remains intact and that the planning board supports this next phase. So I want to pause there for a moment and ask if the planning board has any questions or anything I can clarify before we just do one more quick thing.
Board members, any questions right now? Jeff?
So what is the cost?
The cost varies. So the bigger the house, the more expensive a sprinkler system.
Yeah.
There's different types of sprinkler system. One is part of the domestic water, so the water in the sprinkler pipe, the water in the pipes supply both the sprinklers and your toilet sinks and bathtubs and things like that. The other one is a standalone where the plumbing is separate. You have a domestic plumbing system and a standalone fire sprinkler system. I've asked, and it's hard to get a per square foot price from many of the installers. I'm trying to think of a decent example for you. In Saco and a lot of the subdivisions, the common home tends to be a two-story colonial, attached breezeway and garage, and the price, I'm going to say, ranges from $12,000 to $17,000. So it's significant, but you know, I advocate that it's very much worth it. So,
Okay, thanks.
you're very welcome.
Any other questions, board members? Joyce?
Well, what's the procedure from here? Is this something that's coming, is this proposal just in front of council? Is it coming to us for approval separately?
Well, the first round, when we got the subdivision ordinance updated, that was very much a planning board supported event. This time we're taking a different approach of just incorporating into the 102, Chapter 102 review, so the planning board doesn't have to act upon this, but hopefully we'll support it.
Other questions?
If there's nothing else, I'd like to ask for the help of the planning staff to put a video up on the screen. And the video is going to show two nearly identical rooms. And they're real rooms, they're not staged, they're from houses that were going to be torn down or what have you. And one room is unprotected, and the other room is protected with one single fire sprinkler head. These are called heads. They're underneath these white discs up here are fire sprinkler heads protecting us in this room the way they should in your home. So we're going to show these two videos. The first one is the unprotected room. So you can see some typical furnishings. We have the clock timing there. Behind the end table is a small trash can where they started a fire. It could be simulating a discarded cigarette, an electrical issue, a charging battery, which is very common nowadays, and the fire begins. And it begins small, of course, and grows, generates first light white smoke, and then it becomes darker black smoke. We've muted it, but at 26 seconds, the smoke alarm went off. So smoke alarms are vital to our homes, but only in conjunction with sprinklers. So heat and smoke rises, it hits the ceiling, then it spreads out horizontally. In a lot of new homes, it's an open concept, so the smoke and heat and products of combustion are free to travel throughout the whole home. But in this home, they're kind of confined a little bit to this one room. But you can see that within a minute, we have this open flame. The smoke alarm hopefully got the tenants, the owners, the people that live there, their attention, and they're reacting to it. But if this happens in the middle of the night, it takes a while for us to kind of wake up. And I'm sorry, I have my back to you over there. And wake up and get our bearings and then try to make our exit. And the fire sprinklers are all about extinguishing, keeping the fire in check so that the family can make their exit safely. So the fire continues to build. Fresh air is coming in from the other rooms to feed the fire and make it grow. Then some of the heat and smoke and toxic products are moving away from the fire in the opposite direction towards other rooms. Like I said, smoke and heat rises, so they're going up stairwells very easily to the second floor if you have one. But very soon the room becomes what we call untenable, so you couldn't really survive in there. And if your exit is through this room, your exit's now cut off. So the problem is in most homes is that what we put in our homes, the homes are great, old homes, new homes, they're built well, they're safe per se. It's the stuff we put in them that are made out of petroleum, basically. So all the plastics and things like that, our furniture, our couches, tables, knickknacks, frames, and everything. So you can see now within less than 3 minutes, the room is completely dark. It kind of looks like the fire goes out. It's starving for oxygen, but it's still burning. So here's the aftermath. And I want you to know if you click on this on the city website, the fire department page, this is interactive. You can move around and see different views. We could have saw the smoke exiting the room. So it gives you a view. But this is the aftermath of a fire. And I would say, every fire that the fire department goes to, with or without sprinklers, it doesn't burn down. We often have what we call a room and contents. A particular room burns, kitchen, living room, or bedroom. The fire doesn't necessarily destroy the whole house. It really affects that room and everything in it. But unfortunately, all the smoke, especially, but heat goes down the hall into the room, melts everything, puts this black oily film all over the place. And unfortunately, even for a single room fire, they often gut the whole house, unfortunately. Here's our next one. This room is protected with a sprinkler. Same thing, the fire develops, heat rises. It acts upon this little glass bulb inside the sprinkler head. Once that breaks from a set temperature, here we go, water's discharged. And this little fan-looking device on it spreads out the water in a nice umbrella pattern, and it puts the fire out. Yes, there's smoke, and yes, the water continues to run until someone shuts off the system, whether it's the fire department or the homeowner, if it's safe to go back in. But you can see after the fire, the room's wet, but your stuff's not destroyed. You can dry it out, you can reuse it, put it back in service. Your hardwood floors, they're going to warp if they get wet. But this sprinkler head, as an example, will put out 12 to 20 gallons per minute. If there's not a sprinkler, someone has to call 911. 911 has to take the information. They have to notify the fire department. My guys and girls have to put on their equipment, get on the truck, drive to the fire. The whole while, the fire's getting bigger and bigger. So when they arrive, instead of flowing 12 to 20 gallons per minute, they pull off their hoses off the fire truck, and our smallest nozzle puts out 150 gallons per minute. And if the fire's grown to a certain size, we're going to use more than one hose. So we're going to flow a lot of water on the fire. And the way we extinguish fires, and the way this extinguishes fires, is when the water turns to steam, it kind of snuffs out the fire. So when we come with big hoses, we put a lot of water on the fire. Not all of it turns to steam, so the rest of it runs through your house and ruins things. The water gets contaminated, runs out the door into the lawn, contaminates the environment. So that's my soapbox for sprinklers. And I took a beating on Monday night from the builders and developers, rightfully so. We both have our opinions, but I really appreciate this opportunity to come in, tell you where we are with the City Council on review of Chapter 102, and to give everyone a little bit of education about residential fire sprinklers. So, any questions?
Rob?
Well, you're certainly impressive with your video aids and create an impression.
Thanks to Lisa.
Are they, is this something that can be retroactively put in finished, completed construction without just ripping down walls and everything else? Or is it it's pretty invasive, I would think, would it?
Well, funny you should ask, because I'm doing that. So when I joined the fire service in 1985, I didn't know about residential sprinklers, and I didn't really get to know them or think about them until I came to Saco when I finished in Portland. So 11 years ago, I got onto this bandwagon, and my house is 33 years old, and a month ago signed the contract to put sprinklers in. Now, my wife wouldn't let me go with exposed pipes, which is cheaper and easier. So yes, we're going to have to open up some of our walls to put in pipes. So it can be done.
So, all right, so the question would be, if you don't mind me prying, what does it cost to do an existing home?
Mine, because it's involved and not brand new build, is
Right.
20,000.
20,000 versus, I think, 12 to 17 for as you build a house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow,
All set?
yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks again very, very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Emily, we have a second item on our workshop this evening.
Yes, thank you. The second item on the workshop here is meeting recording updates. We had this on the workshop at the last meeting, but we had some volume issues on the video. So we have a video for all the planning board members to watch. It was made for City Council by the Communications Department. It's just a reminder to talk into the microphones. Tonight we are live streaming, so it's just a little reminder so that we can pick up on everything that everyone's saying for the public. So Lisa's going to play that now for us.
Welcome to the City of Saco Council Chambers Microphone Usage Best Practices video. The purpose of this video and the instructions we'll provide is to make sure that you can hear and be heard in the best manner possible in the council chambers. This is important not only so you can hear the other members of the body that you're sitting on, but also so that people in the audience and so that people watching online can keep up and hear you clearly. Each of these microphones is push to talk, so there's a button at the base that will have a green light when your mic is active. The most important thing you need to consider as you're navigating through a meeting in terms of microphones is the placement of the microphone. As you can see here, it's about 4 inches from my mouth. If I start to move it away, as I'll do in a moment, you can really see how the sound drops off. So as I back it up, I become harder and harder to hear, especially for people who are online. Coming back in, I'm nice and audible. When you're in a meeting, it can be hard to focus on something like a microphone when you're trying to do so many other things. We encourage you to help each other out and nudge each other in the right direction if you notice another member forgetting their mic. If you find yourself at the podium, whether it's for another meeting or you're a staff member, the same principles apply. Make sure you keep yourself within 6 inches of the microphone so everyone can hear you well. The podium microphones do not have an on-off switch, so they're always live. You can walk up and start talking. If you're a little shorter or a little taller, you can adjust these microphones, just do so gently. And as always, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to the Saco Communications Department at sacotv@sacomaine.org.
Board members, any questions on that video?
I think we're good.
Okay, Emily, anything else with that item?
No, thank you for watching.
Okay, so it is 5:56, and I will now call to order our Thursday, October 5th, 2023 meeting of the City of Saco Planning Board. My name is Alyssa Boutot. I'm the chair of the board. To my right is Matt Provenzel. He's our vice chair. To his right is Jeff Grossman. We will have Matt DeCiani joining us this evening shortly. To my left is Joyce Larry Clark, our city council liaison Joe Gunn, and board member Rob Biggs. Glenn Charette is absent this evening. We have city staff with us this evening, including Emily Cole Prescott, our city planner, Lisa Harmon, our planning coordinator, and Shannon Chisholm, our assistant city planner. As a reminder, this evening's meeting is live streaming, so it will be recorded both in video and audio. We do have copies of the agenda and our public hearing guidelines available in the back of the room at the table as you walked in, so you're welcome to grab whatever you need from that table. And board members, I will turn to you now for a review of the September 19th, 2023 minutes. Joyce?
Madam Chair, I had a question about the vote count in both number 2 and number 3 of the minutes. All of the planning board members were present, and I know you abstained regarding approval of September 5th minutes, so I imagine the vote should be 6-0 and not 5-0 in number 2, and then 7-0 in number 3. Unless I'm missing something.
Thank you, Joyce.
Sounded like 7 members were present.
That does sound right to me. Any other board members recalling anything different?
I agree with Joyce.
So with that change, I'd vote to approve the minutes from the Tuesday, September 19th planning board meeting.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt P. Any further discussion of the motion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Jeff.
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to approve. Okay, thank you. So the first item we will be reviewing this evening is Chapter 230, Article 12. This is in regards to stormwater and erosion control amendments. And we'll start with an overview from Emily, and this is a public hearing this evening.
Thank you. Planning and Public Works staff recommend amendments to the Stormwater and Erosion Control Ordinance to incorporate required MS4 permit provisions to which the city must comply. These are to Chapter 230, Article 12 in the zoning ordinance. This recommended amendment also includes updating cross-references to other ordinance sections and the city's technical design construction standards manual, which the board may remember you adopted the first version of that manual in 2021, around the same time as the zoning ordinance revision. So there's some cross-references that we're trying to update as we go along. So you'll see some of those in here as well. It should be noted that Planning and Public Works are collaborating on a separate low-impact development initiative, and we will be returning to the board and to the City Council in future months on that. We've already started some very preliminary work on that with engagement on other committees. We also have City Engineer Joe Laverrier here present. He can provide any additional information or updates. And tonight, the board is asked to open the public hearing to hear from the public. We did notice this in accordance with our zoning ordinance amendment provisions, And when the board is ready, you're asked to close the public hearing, review, amend, and complete the draft report which staff has provided. If you take a look at that draft report, there are some blanks for you to fill in, similar to what we did with the LD 2003 Housing Ordinance Revisions Report. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you, Emily. So board members, questions right now for Emily before we invite Joe to join us? Okay, not hearing any questions. Joe, I know you're with us this evening. Perhaps you want to come forward and add any additional information?
Thank you. Emily did a great job of just going through what we're doing tonight. The changes that we're making to 230 are relatively simple. The format that we did them in changes are deletions were strikeout and additions are underlined, and they're also in some red text to help kind of make them jump out for you a little bit. As she said, a few things are kind of just a few cleanup items on them. The most significant change that's required of us is to add, it's under the post-construction section, so folks that build stormwater BMPs to meet quality control requirements in the city. Once they're built, there's post-construction inspections, maintenance of them. That's been in the city's ordinance now for a number of years, and then there's some annual reporting requirements with the city on those as well. This added specific language about any deficiencies that are found need to be remedied within 60 days, and that's also followed up reporting to the city. So that was one of the most significant changes or additions that we're making in Chapter 230 at this time. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Board members, any questions right now? Rob?
Yeah, so you're just saying in that letter B, instead of just saying repair them, you're saying repair them, do it within 60 days, and we're going to inspect it, the repair, and so on and so forth. So
Correct.
just put a little more meat on the bone.
Yep, and that is a specific requirement of the MS4 this year
Right.
for us, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
In the past, what's happened is there's just a continual kind of back and forth to try to make sure that those things are addressed, and this is really just to be very specific about time restrictions. Yep. Yep.
Rob, can you turn your mic on?
Yeah, not when you're ready or when you get to it, but it's 60 days period.
Yep.
We'll be out to look at it.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you.
Any other questions right now for city staff? Okay, thank you, Joe. So again, this has been advertised as a public hearing this evening.
Move to open the public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. I'll call for a vote on opening the hearing, starting with Jeff,
Yes.
Matt P.,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes,
and I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open a public hearing on this item, which again is a review of ordinance amendments to Chapter 230, Article 12, related to stormwater and erosion control. So if you've joined us this evening to speak on this item, you're welcome to come forward now and just start with your name and address for our record.
Madam Chair, seeing no one stepping forward to speak at the public hearing, I'd move to close the public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. I'll call for a vote on closing the hearing, starting with Jeff,
Yes.
Matt P.,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes,
and I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to close the public hearing. Okay, back to board discussion and next steps on this. So Emily, I can see a draft on page 2 of our packet.
Yes, and it's up on the screen as well.
Okay, so the first blank, on October 5th, the board opened the hearing, heard from members of the public, then closed the hearing, correct?
Correct, and is probably open the hearing, provided opportunity to speak, and then close the hearing just because no one spoke.
Okay. Are you going to note that no one spoke?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then as far as the actual conclusions that we're forwarding, board members, any discussion on the items, the red lines?
No discussion specifically, but we would be then provide the following is to send this to city council as it is amended, correct?
Yes, so you made no amendments, so this has already been to city council for first reading, and the council forwarded it to the planning board to offer you the opportunity to provide them a report. So you don't necessarily have to provide anything specifically. You can say you had no additional comments on the amendments as presented, if that is the case.
So I would move that we present this back to city council as amended with no additional comments.
Thank you for the motion, Rob. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Joyce. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on Rob's motion, starting with Jeff.
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes?
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, thank you.
Can you just repeat who seconded that for me, please?
Joyce did.
Thank you.
Okay. Emily, anything further on this one?
No, thank you.
Do you know when it's going back to council?
October 16th is when their public hearing is scheduled.
Okay, so there will be another opportunity for anyone from the public to speak at that time if they
Yes.
missed us tonight. Okay. Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joe, for joining us. All right, so given that we're likely going to need to reset the room a bit, I am going to call for a break right now before the next item. And we will come back together in a few moments. Thank you. So we just took a break right after the third item on our agenda, which was the Chapter 230, Article 12 review. So if you've joined us now, we did finish that item. We do have 2 items left on our regular agenda this evening.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we move the city planner updates next.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt. Any discussion of the motion?
Well, and I should explain the reason for that in part is we're hoping that Matt DiCiani shows up so that we have a full board.
Yep, and I think, Emily, typically planner updates are about 10 minutes, and we usually miss out on them sometimes at the end of meetings, right? So, okay, so we have a motion on the table made by Joyce, seconded by Matt P. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on the motion, starting with Jeff.
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so we will now take up city planner discussion and updates, which is item 5 from the agenda next.
Thank you. Probably the bigger update from our department is that on September 25th, the City Council approved the housing ordinance revisions, which are compliant with LD 2003, which is the affordable housing provisions throughout the state. So Saco has completed our section of being in compliance with those with that state law now. Up here, I have our webpage, which is sacomaine.org/housing. You can take a look at all those ordinance revisions, see the presentations that were made during that time period. We also did an info session, which some of you may have attended. We have the revisions here, and updates from council will soon be posted to this webpage, so the final revision documents will soon be here. You can also take a look, if you know your award, you can look at your award fact sheet and see how the ordinance has changed in each of your awards. And then we have resources from the state that you can take a look at as well and see where that state law came from. So that's probably the biggest update from our department. The revisions were, again, adopted by council September 25th, so they will go into effect 30 days from then, so they'll be in effect in October. And that will be in compliance with the state law, which the requirement was for the city to be in compliance by January 1st
So
of
Emily,
2024.
regardless of the state deadline of January 1, ours will be active as of the October date.
Yes.
Okay.
So are there any questions about that first? And the planning board's report was provided back to city council, and discussion was had on it, so there were just some minor amendments to those. Like I said, we'll make sure that those final versions get on the webpage. We continue to do work with the Affordable Housing Task Force. That remains ongoing. We had another meeting since the last planning board meeting. The city administrator is the leader of that task force, so there'll be meetings in the future with the new city administrator. At the last planning board workshop, we had a transportation master plan and impact fee study scope of work. We reviewed with you, Patrick Fox and I, the draft scope for that. Since then, we have gone to the Bike Ped Advisory Committee. We received some very good feedback from that group, and we also provided an informational update to City Council on that scope of work. So that RFP is set to be released in October, so relatively soon. And we will be incorporating those revisions that we received at Bike Ped Advisory Committee. So thank you for everyone who provided input along the way on that. There was a neighborhood meeting at 6 Spool Street, and it's for a 2,772 square foot utility garage. We had that recently since the last meeting. We held the ecology school at 184 Simpson Road pre-con meeting for the site plan amendment for the recently approved yurts. And then reviews that remain ongoing by staff. Any member of the public is welcome to either take a look at our webpage where you can review projects under review in the planning department, or you can make an appointment to come review the file. I'll just give a list. This is not a comprehensive list. This is just probably the larger projects we're reviewing. 193 Jenkins Road, private road application, Biddeford, Saco, Old Orchard Beach Transit Site Plan Amendment for 138 Main Street. 345 North Street, we have an application for a gas station and convenience store. 352 North Street, we've received the application for the indoor water park and hotel expansion. We have a zoning ordinance amendment request to rezone several parcels along Industrial Park Road to the Highway Business Zoning District. 837 Portland Road is a pending application with some remaining items from 2022. The applicant is scheduled to host a neighborhood meeting per the ordinance standards on October 10th. 969 Portland Road, we have an application for Hale Trailer under review. 879 Portland Road, Blue Haven Mobile Park, proposed expansion. 124 Buxton Road, final subdivision application, which the board reviewed the preliminary on earlier this year. 50 and 52 Jenkins Road also submitted their final subdivision application for Amari Springs proposal. And then we're reviewing a site plan amendment for expansion of an existing site at 71 Industrial Park Road. So the board will see many of these coming up in the months ahead of us, but just wanted to give you a list of what we have in our department.
Great, thank you, Emily. While we have a lot of people here tonight, I'm wondering if you could navigate to that page on the website that has those pending review applications.
Sure. So if you type in www.sacomaine.org/planning, you'll come to this page here. And then here you can look at neighborhood meetings. So you can see the neighborhood meeting notices as we receive them. We post them online. And then you can also look at projects under review. And here we post the projects, the initial application that we receive on everything for your review. And if
And
you
again,
want,
these are applications that haven't come to the board yet.
correct, or they may be eligible for staff review. So again, sacomaine.org/planning will get you to this page.
Rob?
Yeah, a question for Emily. When you notify the neighborhood abutters of these neighborhood meetings, is there a way that we could have the planning board members notified at the same time? I mean, I could go on there and look every week, but if we just put our names on it and just get hit, I mean, electronically even, I don't need to get something in the mail, but it would be good, because I think there'd be times it'd be good I'd like to attend them just to kind of see what the neighborhood has to say.
Oh yes, the neighborhood meetings.
Yeah.
We can work on something to notify
Yeah.
the planning board.
Okay, thanks.
Board members, any other questions or comments right now for city staff regarding the planner updates? Okay, not hearing any. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
All right, so I just want to reflect before we move forward as well that Matt DeCiani has joined us as well this evening at 6:27, so he's with us now. So moving along to the next item on our agenda, this is a public hearing and final subdivision review for 321 Lincoln Street, which is map 52, lot 19. And once Emily gets the screen refreshed, we'll start with an overview from staff on any updates since the last time that we had this item up for review. Emily, I think it might make sense as well for me to start with a comment just to board members and to the applicant that I did miss the September 5th meeting, which is the most recent meeting that we had this item on the agenda. I did review all of the video from that night, so it was video and audio, and the material in the packet from that evening. So just wanted to turn to first my colleagues here on the board and see if anyone had any questions or comments regarding my review of that night and my participation this evening. Okay, not hearing any. We do need to turn to the applicant as well and ask the same question. Drew, if I could get you in the audio just to have it.
Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer. We're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Okay.
Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I wanted to address, and I know this has been talked about before, the allegations that there's a conflict of interest with me. I don't know if it's me serving on the board in particular or just on this application, because one of my law partners is the city attorney, Tim Murphy, and I just wanted to reiterate the fact that I've been at that firm since before I came on the board in 2018, so certainly the council was aware of the affiliation, and it's been mentioned numerous times over the years. I don't believe that the city is in favor of or against any particular application. I will note Attorney Murphy and another attorney, Mr. Saucier, both recommended that the board find that, for instance, the financial capacity letter was adequate. Two other attorneys indicated that it was not adequate. All of those letters are in the packets. And the city attorney also advised the board regarding our procedures for dealing with tie votes. To my recollection, he hasn't advocated for or against this proposal in any way, but if the board believes that it's not appropriate for me to sit, I'm certainly happy to go sit in the audience.
Thank you, Joyce. Board members, any questions, comments right now in response to Joyce?
I know Joyce has served over 10 years on the board. Tim Murphy's been the city legal advisor that whole period. I know there's been several occasions he's advocated for a certain opinion, and I know Joyce has been voted against that. So it's not like that every time he suggests something, she votes for it. I don't have intimate knowledge as to business relationships, short of the fact that they are partners in a law firm. He is a managing partner, she is a partner. I don't see a subservient or day-to-day supervisory role that Attorney Murphy has over Attorney Leary, so I'm fine with it, and I don't know why now it's a problem, but it hasn't been a problem for 10 years.
Thanks, Rob. And Joyce, I think 10 years might be a little high, right? But
Yeah.
it feels like 10.
I think it was 20, I think you came on in 2017, I came
Yep.
on in 2018.
Yep.
Just feels like 10.
Any other comments, Jeff?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I voted against the approval of the preliminary subdivision, but I think Joyce is nothing but professional, and I think she only has the interests of the city of Saco at heart, and I don't see any conflict whatsoever.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else? Matt?
I agree. I don't see any reason why Joyce should not sit and review the application.
Thank you, Matt.
And I would echo the comments of everyone else out here. There's no reason why she can't sit here.
Thank you, Matt D. Okay, any other comments at this time before we move on? Not hearing any. Thank you, Joyce, again. Okay, so I will now turn, I think, to Emily next.
Thank you. Applicant 321 Lincoln Street Development, represented by Drew Gagnon of Goral Palmer, proposes a 332-unit residential development. It's at 321 Lincoln Street, an approximate 56.7-acre undeveloped parcel. This proposal consists of housing within a mix of 8-unit buildings, duplexes, and single-family residences with associated site amenities and improvements. This proposal will result in approximately 28 acres of developed area, off-site public improvements, and on-site private infrastructure. A quick recap on the final subdivision review. The planning board first reviewed this on August 15th. At that meeting, the application completeness checklist was reviewed, and it was determined that there were additional comments and items to be addressed before the application could be found complete. It was then continued to September 5th. At its September 5th meeting, the board continued review of the application completeness, considered supplemental materials and comments which the applicant submitted, and after discussion, the board voted to find the application complete. A recap on preliminary subdivision review, site plan, and conditional use review. Those reviews and public hearings for this application occurred during the previous planning board meetings. We've provided links to these previous meeting materials. The review started September 6, 2022. There was a public hearing on October 4th, 2022, a site walk on October 26, 2022, a public hearing on March 7th, 2023, continued review and public hearing on April 4th, 2023, continued to May 9th, 2023. May 16th, we heard from the public again in a reopened public hearing, and that was continued and renoticed for June 6th. And then June 20th and June 29th, the planning board deliberated on the application, and on June 29th issued the preliminary subdivision, site plan, and conditional use application approval with conditions. Since the final subdivision application has been received, the planning staff sent it back out to review by the departments. From Code Enforcement Department, David Toomey, who's the Code Enforcement Director, we received the Code Office has reviewed the site plan and it is all set. The Parks and Recreation Director, Ryan Summer, said he does not have any additional comments for the landscape design and thinks it will fill in extremely nicely. The Police Department, Deputy Police Chief Corey Huntress says the Police Department is satisfied with the proposed off-site improvements, MDOT traffic movement permit requirements, and site plan. From the Water Resource Recovery Department, we received the impact fee sheet and the original capacity to serve letter. From the Public Works Department, City Engineer's review memo is included in the meeting packet. Per that review memo, the Department of Public Works reviewed the final subdivision plan application materials for the above referenced project prepared by Goral Palmer Engineers dated August 24, 2023. The revised plans and responses provided by the applicant adequately addressed all of our previous comments. Other reviews and correspondence from Maine Water Company, we reached back out, and Maine Water Company's final review is in the meeting packet. From the Maine Department of Transportation, there was correspondence from Maine DOT to a resident included in the meeting packet regarding the traffic movement permit. There were also peer reviews. As a recap, peer reviewers are professionals who are hired by the City of Saco to provide comments and professional reviews about proposals before the Planning Board. The purpose of having peer reviewer professionals is to provide the Planning Board with comments from those professionals with the same licensures and certifications as the professionals hired by the applicant. Peer review invoices are processed and paid by the City of Saco through the Planning Department. The planning staff then bills the cost of the peer reviews back to the applicant. Peer review comments about the final subdivision application are included in the meeting packet, and those peer reviews were received from our landscape architect, Regina Leonard, as well as Diane Morabito, the traffic engineer from Sewell, who is doing peer review for us of the traffic movement permit and traffic-related items within the application. And then most recently from Atlantic Resource Consultants, Jason Vafiatis is the engineer reviewing the stormwater design, as well as compliance with site location standards. His final review is not in the meeting packet. However, it is in the after the fact meeting packet in the back of the room. If you have not received a copy, it is available back there. Tonight, the Planning Board is asked to have a public hearing. The Planning Department mailed legal notice to property owners within 600 feet of the proposed project. We've included the legal notice for this hearing and a copy of the notice sent to property owners, as well as a list of the properties where the notices were mailed. And we verified that the notification signage was also installed at the site so that people were aware of the hearing process. The Planning Board is asked to review this final subdivision application using ordinance standards as found in Chapter 188. And tonight with us, we have peer reviewer Jason Vafiatis, as well as our consulting attorney, Phil Saucier. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for that overview. Board members, any questions right now for city staff? Okay, not hearing any. Emily, do you have anyone else as far as city staff or peer reviewers that we should start with next?
If there are any questions before the hearing is open, then those people you would want to ask. So like I said, we had Jason Vafiatis from Atlantic Resource Consultants, as well as consulting attorney Phil Saucier.
Okay, thank you. Board members, given that the most recent letter from Atlantic Resource Consultants was just given to us in this after the fact packet, I wouldn't mind getting Jason up here just to give us an overview of it as well. Hi, Jason.
Everybody, Jason Vafiatis. Yeah, sorry that review was late. We're a little overloaded at the moment, and it was a very large submittal. So just so you know, typically what we do is we've reviewed the multiple applications that came in on the preliminary review stage. Had a large list of comments. I think we've been up here before sort of discussing those. The applicant had sufficiently responded to those comments through when we got the final review packet. I went through every comment that I had ever made and just made sure nothing had changed. It was all still the same. The application was, there were no comments left to address. Everything was addressed that we had brought up. And that the only thing that we added was maybe armoring the stormwater maintenance requirements a little bit, which I do believe made it into the conditions of approval packet.
Right, with the language here that we have in your memo.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Board members, any questions right now on this item that again is in our after the fact packet and will be part of the record? Okay, not hearing any. Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other board members wish to hear from members of city staff or any peer reviewers that we have with us this evening? Joyce?
As I recall, Attorney Saucier had some questions regarding the homeowners association and the master declaration of covenants, and I think there were some fine-tuning that needed to be done on those. I wondered what the status of those documents was.
Good evening.
Evening.
Thank you. I did review the covenants back on August 29th, and submitted a memo to Emily and provided a number of comments on the draft. They were sufficiently addressed and reviewed by the applicant in my view, and they were amended versions, and I think that made it into your completeness review. So you've already had a chance to look at those at this point, but I wasn't here at that meeting, so I'm happy to note that. But there was a memo, there was updated amendments, and I also recommended a condition of approval as it relates to any additional declarations that may be formed for various sub-neighborhoods that were sort of alluded to in the document, but we don't have them. So I recommend the city have a chance to review those to the extent that they're drafted in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Board members, any other comments or questions for Phil right now? Okay, not hearing any, thank you. So I think I'd like to turn to the applicant next and just see if we have any updates since the last time we saw you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Drew Gagnon. I'm project manager at Goral Palmer. Let me turn off the calculator there. And representing 321 Lincoln Street Development LLC. I want to take about 10 minutes and just highlight some of the updates we've had since preliminary approval to now, and just go over a few of the comments that were received and sign-offs we had from different entities. I apologize if this is a little redundant. Emily did a good job summarizing it, but I would still like to get these on the record, please. I do want to thank the board, too, we recognize there's been a lot of time and hours put into this room and reviewing our application, so we certainly appreciate that. So this is the overall concept plan. I guess it's more of a formalized plan just with a rendering. And this was provided as part of the application as well. Really no updates, as you can see, to the overall layout since preliminary subdivision approval. We do have some street names on there, which are shown on this plan. They're also shown on our on the plan set that was provided for the final application. So I just wanted to recap our permits and what we have for approvals currently and what we're seeking. So we have preliminary subdivision, conditional use, and site plan application approvals. Those were approved at the City of Saco Planning Board on June 29th. We also have site location development act that was approved by the City of Saco on June 29th. With the main general permit, NRPA Tier 2 wetland permit, those were approved by the Army Corps of Engineers and the Maine DEP back in November of 2022. We also have the traffic movement permit in hand that was approved by Maine DOT on August 1st, and then we're in front of you tonight seeking final subdivision approval from the planning board. So again, I apologize if some of these are redundant. I just wanted to read a couple of these final review comments. So in regards to Public Works and city staff, I've highlighted kind of the, really just the crux of the comments at the end. So for instance, on Public Works and city staff, the revised plans and responses provided by the applicant adequately addressed all of our previous comments, and then a few other comments in very similar nature from the code enforcement, parks and recreational, and the deputy police chief. From the fire department is satisfied with the proposed water supply, fire hydrant, and fire sprinkler system supplies, and apparatus access and movement. Continuing on, Maine Water Company relative to water supply. The Lincoln Village development has gone through an extensive third-party hydraulic analysis that reports the project will not cause an undue disruption to the local hydraulics in the area or to the existing customers. We also had a third-party wetland scientist review by Norman Doe Associates. They state in their final review letter that Norman Doe finds that the subdivision application complete as it relates to the protection of state and federal wetland resources. And more recently, with the landscape architecture third-party review by R.S. Leonard, the current landscape plans as revised provide substantial added native tree and shrub cover as well as improved diversity of species and enhanced habitat. Staying with the landscaping, there was a condition of approval from our preliminary subdivision to add 20% more landscaping. And what this on the screen shows is a comparison. On the left was the preliminary subdivision landscaping plan, and on the right, which I've attempted to highlight in some colors, and I apologize if it's a little tough to see, is just highlighting what has been added to the landscaping plan since the preliminary approval. So this plan on the right was provided in our application packet. It just didn't have the colors associated with it. I just highlighted some of that to make ease of board's review here tonight. So I did want to highlight that the green areas surrounding the site on the side slopes, kind of on the edges of the proposed development, they're up against the natural resources of the wetlands and the undisturbed areas. The applicant has added wetland shrub habitat there, 5 feet on center. In total, throughout this project and on the 28 acres we're proposing, we've added 5,000 wetland species habitats and plant bulbs to be added to the development. That's a significant amount of landscaping that's been added around the perimeter of the project. In addition to that, we've added approximately 29 hardwood trees, so these are 2.5-inch caliper trees. Those are shaded in the orange surrounding the development. We've cited those adjacent to the abutters as well as adjacent to the natural resources. This was in direct response to the 20% landscaping request and condition of approval by the planning board for preliminary. So I just wanted to highlight that. Again, 5,000 wetland species plant bulbs are added to the perimeter, and then 29 additional trees. That's above and beyond what was approved through preliminary subdivision. Continuing on with the final review comments, as far as a third-party traffic review but from Sewell, I just wanted to highlight this right here. It is my professional opinion, and this is from Sewell, it is my professional opinion that the required off-site improvements will more than mitigate for the 138 new trips to be generated by the residential development during the AM peak hour and the 176 PM peak hour trips. There are no outstanding concerns that have not been addressed by the planned/required mitigation projects. And following the same line on the traffic, this is a couple excerpts from the Maine DOT. There was a 4-page memorandum included in your packet. This is from Steve Landry, who is a state traffic engineer for Maine DOT. It's, I would say, a little bit unconventional to get a 4-page letter from him after a TMP has been issued, but I wanted to highlight a couple things. The department supports that the existing study and the associated TMP represents the estimated traffic safety and mobility impact of the development and the associated mitigation requirements. And I'm skipping down to the highlighted portions here. Comparatively, this is the large amount of mitigation, especially for a 100 to 200 TMP, and also addresses the lack of pedestrian facilities in the area. Continuing on here, Maine DOT has created a betterment for pedestrians in this area with the introduction of new sidewalks and crossings, and the bicycle community will benefit by introducing traffic calming to slow existing traffic. And then finally, at the conclusion of the letter, Maine DOT asserts that the information submitted by the applicant was sufficient to assess the impacts and stands by its mitigation measures assessed to the applicant. And staying on the traffic theme here, I think I've shown this plan a few times at multiple meetings, but it's just been cleaned up a little bit with some numbers. But I did think it was important to go over our off-site improvements plan. Again, this is a direct result of the DOT's collaboration, the peer reviewers, our traffic engineers, and as well as the planning board's request for off-site mitigations here. So I'm going to quickly kind of go through the list of off-site mitigations that we're proposing as part of this project. So the 2 circles in orange, if you will, is labeled as number 1 on this plan. Our radar speed feedback signs. So these are put in at Shagady, just as you get over the bridge for oncoming traffic, and down by Spring Street on Bradley Street, just as you get onto Bradley. Those are the ones that flash at you when you're going too fast. 2 other additional mitigation items, or excuse me, there's a few other additional, but number 2 would be sidewalk improvements along Lincoln Street. This is Skyline Drive all the way to Maple Street. So that's highlighted by this blue line right here. That includes a reconstruction of an existing sidewalk as well as construction of a brand new sidewalk and associated drainage improvements. That also includes a new crosswalk with rectangular flashing beacons at the site entrance to get pedestrians across Lincoln Street. Flipping over to the other side of the project, and I will mention this red outline right here is the Lincoln Village Development Project. Sticking with the sidewalk theme, so we have sidewalk improvements along Bradley Street, and this is the project's frontage on the northern side down to Tasker, and that is a brand new sidewalk on the incoming lane as you enter, I guess, downtown Saco. And then right at Bradley and Tasker Street, which is right by my hand right here, number 4, is a crosswalk and pedestrian and also geometric improvements at this intersection. That includes a crosswalk with some flashing, rectangular flashing beacons, as well as just shortening the distance for the crosswalk across, which creates a safer pedestrian crossing. Sticking on this theme, pedestrian and safety improvements at the Maple Lincoln Street intersection. This is down here by the railroad tracks. The way the TMP was worded is it's either we complete the improvements and there's geometric, there's ADA improvements, and there's crosswalk improvements, or we provide a $40,000 performance guarantee that goes part to the city of Saco as part of a larger project. So the city has expressed interest in possibly having a larger intersection improvement project. So we either provide the improvements that are shown on the plan, or we provide the performance guarantee, which is the equal construction cost. Number 6 is flashing beacon stop sign upgrades at Spring and Bradley. This is the back entrance to Shaw's. There's currently a flashing light. It's upgrading that to a much more obvious and oversized stop signs to improve the safety of the intersection to get motorists to stop at that 4-way. Traffic monitoring study at Industrial Parkway and North Street and possible adaptive signal improvements would be the next mitigation item. That's all the way up here. As everyone knows, there's a new interchange going in off 95 on North Street. And there's capacity issues at Industrial Parkway. And what the DOT has requested, working with the city of Saco, is upon 50% occupancy in the Lincoln Village project, and once the interchange has been open for a year, so once those 2 things happen, the applicant's required to do a traffic monitoring study at this intersection and see if the capacity issues have been addressed or if level of service has been improved. If not, then the applicant would be required to install adaptive signal improvements. These are radar signs. That use AI technology to allow green time in different areas. They're a little bit more upgraded than your traditional, just your standard timing of signals. So it's basically improved software, hardware, and cameras at the intersection if there are still capacity issues. And then the big mitigation item that the development's proposing is a signalization of Franklin and North Street with geometric and pedestrian improvements. So currently there is no signal there. That would turn into a signalized intersection. It would turn into turning Franklin into a 90-degree intersection, which is a safer approach to the intersection, as well as multiple crossings for crosswalks, pedestrians, and bike lanes on that portion of Franklin. So that's a significant upgrade to the North Street corridor. Not really an item that I can show on a map, but would be the $8,000 safety impact fee for traffic calming measures on Bradley Street. So this was directly in the TMP. This $8,000 impact fee is, from what we understand, is going to plastic delineation bollards that they put. So if you've been on North Street by Young School, there's bollards kind of on the fog line of the road. It's going towards buying a bunch of those, and they're putting them along Bradley Street. What they do is they help narrow the road, and they also delineate for bicyclists on one side and vehicles on the other, as well as they have the appearance of narrowing the road, which helps with traffic calming. So that $8,000 fee is going to buying them for the Public Works to place where they deem necessary. And it also includes for some storage of some, since they do tend to get ripped up in the winter and such when they get installed, and as we get closer to the cold season, that does include some extra, buying some of those extra pollards is included in that fee. And then the last thing is a little over $8,800 safety impact fee. That's DOT driven, and basically it's just based on the trip ends that enter a high crash location, and there's just a factor, a calculation for that the DOT requires. So I appreciate everyone's time, again, going through just kind of recapping the mitigation we're proposing for this project. We're requesting this final subdivision application is reviewed under the city ordinances, and the board rely on the above information provided by third-party experts for a vote on the applicable standards. And as was true for the previous preliminary approvals, the local, state, and federal governmental agencies have clearly determined that the applicant has met, and in some cases exceeded all the ordinance requirements as it pertains to final subdivision without asking for any waivers. So we are asking for no waivers with this application. And none of the information I proposed or I've shown here tonight is any new information. This is all included in your final subdivision package. Once again, we want to thank the board for their time and attention put in this project and a vote consideration this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Board members, any questions right now for the applicant? Okay, not hearing any questions right now, Drew. Thank you. Emily, anything else you'd like to add right now?
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to ask if the board can request that the applicant send us that presentation so we can post it to the More section of the webpage so it can be available for the public. Additionally, during my overview, I should have mentioned that we compiled, as the board looks for the public hearing, we've also compiled all the materials that have been posted to the More page online for the different agendas. We've compiled links to that on a section in the meeting packet. So if you take a look at that, you can see all the public comment provided during the preliminary subdivision conditional use and site plan review period as well.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, so just to capture that, Drew, obviously that was a presentation that we'd like to get a copy of and add to the packet. Okay, getting a yes from you on that. Thank you. Board members, any other questions right now? Okay, not hearing any. This evening has been advertised as a public hearing. So I'm turning to you all to decide if that is appropriate right now or if anyone would like to go over any other questions they might have right now.
Madam Chair, I move to open the public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Rob. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you for the second, Jeff. I'll call for a vote on opening the hearing, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing on this item, which again is a final subdivision review for 321 Lincoln Street, which is map 52, lot 19. If you have joined us this evening to speak on this item, you're welcome to take turns coming to the podium. We did have a reminder with the recording video at the beginning of the meeting that the microphone is always live, so you can just lower it to an appropriate level so that we make sure we capture you on the audio. And we do have copies of our public hearing guidelines available in the back of the room as well if anyone needs to refresh themselves on that. We will be using the timer that we always use, set to 5 minutes. Thank you. Joe, yep.
I just want to point out, for anyone coming in late, though, I see at least 5 open chairs towards the front, so if you're not too shy, though, still got plenty of room for you. You don't have to get a chair from the side, so I don't want you, folks have to stand there all night, though, if you don't want to, so. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. The floor is open. Someone get us started here.
Chelsea Hill, 108 Bradley Street. I just want to start off by saying I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that this didn't matter or had no merit or possibility to improve conditions for the long term in Saco. I also want to say I appreciate the offsite mitigations that the developer has conceded to, especially because I think that what we're seeing now varies a lot from what was originally proposed. And I appreciate that they've taken aboard that stakeholder feedback and incorporated it into their new plan. I just want to talk very briefly about how Saco does traffic planning in our city. We have a very large gap, which has been identified through this process. We outsource the traffic planning to the Maine Department of Transportation. Earlier, when the city planner was reading through her checklist, she referred to the traffic movement permit that the city of Saco did not have any feedback for the traffic movement permit, and that box was checked. We also have a contracted peer review traffic engineer. And when I was thinking, that person must basically be like on call a lot and provide a lot of services to the city because it's probably a really big job. I thought maybe, we probably spend $100,000, $150,000 a year on traffic engineering. So I requested all the invoices from 2022, and the city of Saco spent $9,645 on traffic engineering in 2022. That is a very low amount of money for a professionally trained engineer. Urban planning versus a peer review conducted by a traffic engineer is the equivalent of like a long-term systems thinker versus a siloed project-based review. So there's not a lot of original thought in what we do right now. We take aboard what is submitted to us by an applicant, and then we review it, and then it gets stamped, approved. There's not a lot of consideration to other anticipated or pipeline projects. So for this project, we really need to consider that this isn't thinking a lot or very critically about other activities that are going on in the city. The city planner needs additional headcount in their office to do this job. They should be given another full-time body. The city of Saco should consider partnering with Biddeford since we're such a closely related city, and we have a lot of the same traffic issues to accomplish that, share that headcount cost. The TMP was issued. We heard from the applicant just now about all of the great offsite mitigations that are proposed. However, I have a packet to provide. It includes, the statute, Chapter 305, Part 10, allows for reconsideration. So that was the 4-page letter that the applicant was provided was the denial of my reconsideration, which I sent to Maine DOT on September 11th. It was denied without a hearing on September 22nd, and under the statute, Part 10, I'm entitled to file an appeal. So I've appealed that. It was delivered to Commissioner Bruce Van Note this morning. I have a copy of the appeal. It's flagged on the last page at a highlighted section, which I'll read right now. This is from the same 4-page letter that is in your packet right now. This is from, the state traffic engineer. Permits in the over 200 trips category need to perform a traffic study. Those between 100 and 200 trips do not, but applicants can be asked to provide additional information. Many of the comments you have asked about deal with a lack of results of a traffic study that the developer was not asked to be performed. And that is the basis for my appeal. The applicant was asked to perform a traffic study, and the statute, as you'll read in this appeal, only allows for 2 ways. So the applicant can either submit for a traffic movement permit to this Maine DOT, and Maine DOT can review the packet and issue a traffic movement permit with no further information required, or, and it is a shall, not a may, the option number 2 is that the applicant is required to conduct a traffic impact study according to Section 7. Section 7 requires the applicant to collect data and measure level of service for vehicles, cyclists, pedestrians, and transit users. They did not do that. They are doing a lot of off-site mitigation for those user groups, but they did not do the traffic study correctly because they only collected data on vehicles. And so that is the basis for the appeal, is that from the beginning, the data collection was flawed and the traffic impact study is therefore flawed. I will give a copy of this as I depart the podium, and I will get back to my notes. I'm requesting that you vote no, I'm requesting that you do not vote tonight because the traffic movement permit has been appealed, as is the statute allows, and you wait for that to meet a resolution. But I also request that you work to mitigate the gap that I've covered tonight in how we plan for traffic impacts in our city. We outsource it to a contractor, or we outsource it to the Maine DOT. Maine DOT has said over and over and over again that they're not responsible for traffic safety in our city. So thank you very much. I will give you, Emily, should I give this to you or someone else?
So if you can bring it over to Lisa, and then we'll pass it out. We'll want to stamp one in as well.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak this evening?
Good evening. Bill Caney, 3 Blackberry Lane, Saco. Section 434A2 of Saco City Code, which deals with the planning board, says in pertinent part, and I'll quote, "In case of a tie vote, the motion fails." There is no ambiguity whatsoever in that tie vote language. We all understand it. In that case, when language is that clear, there is no reason to resort to other things like legislative history or extrinsic evidence to interpret that clear language. With no ambiguity, there was no reason to go to the MMA guidelines. Remember, both the planner and the city attorney immediately said after the first tie vote that a tie vote is a no vote, and they advised the board to proceed with the other criteria. Please note that Section 434 does not require the negative board voters to explain their votes. To be clear, your votes impose the burden of proof on the applicant and not on the board members. When a motion fails, the applicant knows that it has not met its burden of proof. The eventual insistence that the no voters provide references to substantial evidence to support their vote with no assistance at all from staff or the city attorney served to nullify the clear and unambiguous language of Section 434 and to shift the burden of proof from the applicant to the members of the board itself. The reality is that no such explanation of a vote is required when, in the event of a no vote. Even if an explanation was advisable, the no voters were not enabled to provide such an explanation. When making the favorable motions, Attorney Clark was provided with everything in writing, including everything she needed, the motion itself, and everything she needed to support that motion. None of those submissions in opposition to the various findings were listed by the planner. When the no voters were badgered into an explanation of their votes, at no time did the planner, the city attorney, or the chair tell them where they could go to find that information. Again, Section 4.34 is very clear. No need to resort to other evidence, including the MMA guidelines. So therefore, no need to force another vote. The forcing another vote based on the exact same motion with no motion for reconsideration from the no voters violated not only Section 4.34, but it violated the city's Code of Ethics. The Code of Ethics requires all boards to conduct their proceedings by parliamentary procedure. They didn't do that. In addition, that type of behavior constituted an evidence of bias, which is contrary to the ethical obligation of impartiality. Now, you remember when Attorney Murphy was talking about the need for the no votes, he repeatedly mentioned the threat of an appeal by the applicant and the cost that that would have for the city. At no time did Attorney Murphy ever mention that perhaps the public may want to appeal this determination as well. And I would respectfully suggest to you that if a judge got this case, he or she may look down their nose at the blatant disregard for the city's own voting rules and for the obvious disregard of its own Code of Ethics. These appeal threats go both ways. So I've identified a problem, and I'd like to suggest some solutions. First, that the board go back and honor the tie votes that were already made in the preliminary criteria and find that the project failed to receive its preliminary approval. This board has already demonstrated a willingness to make motions at any time, so a motion to restore those tie votes is appropriate. Or two, make a motion to have the planner supply the full record of all preliminary findings, including everything for and against each one of those findings, and then go back and re-vote on all the preliminary criteria with all the evidence available to all boards right at the board's fingertips. Or vote no on this approval and force the applicant to resubmit the project in a more reasonable size to address the traffic safety issues, to address the environmental impacts, and to address the other concerns that have been expressed by the tax-paying citizens of Saco. Thank you. And I have my letter here that is longer than that.
Okay, folks. We're going to take a 30-second pause while we get this paperwork out. Okay, the room has been restored back to the public hearing guidelines, so Inga, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Inga Brown. I live at 161 Simpson Road in Ward 1. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. The people here in this auditorium, I consider myself one of them, we are your customers. And in light of that, I would like to ask you to remember your ethical obligation of impartiality, fairness, and to be responsive to the needs of the people that you serve. There has been substantial oral testimony, written testimony, and evidence-based submittals from the public that document opposition to the project, including alternative findings of fact for the board's reference. This opposition is based on the fact that this project is oversized, fully incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood, will generate new traffic with dangerous consequences for the neighborhood. This is a formal reminder that all of the public submittals and testimony matter, and they do have equal weight to the expert testimony, data, and analysis that we are referencing over and over at the meetings. And your review, your reasonable mind, your observations, and your expertise, your knowledge of Saco in the context of the standards of review, they matter. If they didn't matter, as one of the planning board members stated in one of the June meetings, why do you need a planning board? And I would ask, why do you need members of the public to testify, to bring forward submittals, to spend time here speaking with you about concerns that we have? Residents and abutters are here tonight to do more than just say their piece. That's what Attorney Murphy said to you in his FOIA and ethics training. The public just want to say their piece. I take great offense at that. This process is not about airing just frustrations or superficial concerns or what will happen in my neighborhood. We have looked at the findings of fact, we have looked at the standards, and we have submitted evidence-based information for your review. It's important for me to say, for the record, that you have received misguided advice and information several times throughout this process. On June 20th, 2023, Traffic Standard E, based on Attorney Murphy's advice that public testimony and submittals don't hold water to that of an expert, Mr. Biggs changed his vote the second time around on traffic. He said, and I quote from the record, "I can't present specific findings that I can point to that can countermand the current experts that have testified before the group, and therefore I cannot present a negative motion." Furthermore, on June 29th, Planning Board member Grossman said, "Can we go back and revisit any vote in this process?" This was after a vote on the aesthetic and cultural natural values had failed in a tie vote, and had failed, and board members were pressured and badgered to change their vote. Attorney Murphy replied, "Yes, Jeff, you can. You can change, you can go back. I wouldn't advise it, but you can do it. Mechanically, yes." Furthermore, Mr. Murphy also said on June 20th, when Mr. DeCiani said, how often do we get new experts that come to be our consultants? It seems like we have the same consultants over and over. Mr. Murphy attested here that every 2 or 3 years an RFP goes out. Well, that's not simply accurate. Through a FOIA, it has come to light that Ms. Morabito, and this is no comment on her professional or expertise, I'm not commenting on that. She has been a consultant at least since 2014. This is the fee schedule that she submitted to the city in 2014. I will share this with the board afterwards on paper, as well as documentation in the minutes that she helped the city in 2007 redraft the traffic ordinances. So again, you received misguided and incorrect information. I echo Mr. Caney's advice to you. I asked you to go back and honor the tie votes that were made during preliminary approval. I also ask that you make a motion to have the planner supply the full record on all preliminary findings and go back and revote on all the preliminary criteria. You can make motions to do this. And lastly, I'd ask you to consider a no vote on this final approval. Thank you.
Inga, that needs to go to Lisa first. Inga.
This is so hard for me. I would like to apologize to the planning board for all the trouble this has caused you.
Poda, we need to start with your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Poda Desjardins. I live at 42 Rosewood Drive in Saco, and I am also a member of St. Demetrius Greek Orthodox Church. Thank you. I would like to apologize to the planning board for all the trouble this has caused you. I want to thank you for your public service and for volunteering to be on the planning board. I know this is something that I couldn't do. This is not your fault. I feel that you have been played. I feel the planning board was not given all the necessary documents to be able to necessarily document, be able to deliberate properly. Your packets only contain evidence that support a yes vote. The evidence was overwhelming, but not included in your packets. First, the project did not meet the neighborhood compatibility ordinance. Did anybody tell you this? Or was that information included in your packet, or was it intentionally excluded? Did your packet include the peer review done by the Saco Save the Neighborhood Traffic Engineering Manager, the TCS, that was paid for by the Saco Save the Neighborhood? Why wasn't that included? It should have been included. Did anybody tell you that the project failed when a 3-3 vote was taken under the failure to act, under the state law? Why not? And I want to applaud Jeff Grossman because he knew it wasn't right. He was flipping through his packets looking and couldn't find anything, but he still stood his ground. And the other two board members also for voting no. If I was a developer and looking for a project or a parcel of land for my next project, why would I take the gamble and invest $1.5 million in a piece of land knowing it had failed approval a couple of years earlier? The Flatley project, due to traffic and safety concern. With all the engineering and the application costs, what did Lonnie Graver know that you didn't know? I am sure Lonnie's a great developer with an excellent reputation, but why would he take such a great gamble? That what gave Lonnie the idea that he could pull this off? The Flatley project was smaller and failed 7-0. It was unanimous. And he wouldn't even consider saving 15 additional existing trees. When one of the public members, could you just say 15 trees? He wouldn't even consider that. I don't understand anything about municipal government except what I've learned through this process. And I know something just doesn't add up. When Biddeford administrators decided to put Merck in the center of town, I'm sure all their application process was done correctly, and I'm sure all their peer reviews were done right. But people from Biddeford and Saco said, how did they pull this off? We laughed and cursed Biddeford public officials for years as we got behind a garbage truck or when the wind blew and the smoke and the odor from the incinerator would actually come and we'd have to shut the windows. And I had my kids come in the house because there were sometimes where it stunk so bad you couldn't even be outside. But I'm sure their application process was correct. My parents are from the old country, and they learned to be self-sufficient. We grew up on Beach Street in Saco, and we had about an acre of land that abutted Lafayette Street, and with my 3 sisters. My parents raised goats because we drank goat's milk. We couldn't find goat's milk. So we didn't drink milk from cows, from goats. We also gave away a lot of milk to young moms whose children were lactose intolerant and couldn't drink milk, cow's milk or formula. Well, the neighbors objected. So they passed a city ordinance, they complained, they passed a city ordinance prohibiting farm animals within the city limits. We had to get rid of our goats. So why is it okay to uphold one ordinance but to violate another? Makes no sense to me. Finally, we are responsible to leave this world better than the way we found it. What will our legacy be? We do not care for the environment. We don't care about all the animals that live in that 56-acre wetland parcel and all the species that live in it. We cannot take Maine forests for granted. 81 of those 122 trees will be destroyed, and all the animals that live in that forest. What do? Just shrug our shoulders and say, oh well. We are better as people, better as a community, and better as a city. We are better than this. I urge you to vote no on this final approval for this project. Thank you for your time.
Kelly, we would be happy to bring you a microphone. You just need, just if you could raise your hand if you're going to speak again, we will run a microphone to your location for you,
That'd be
so you don't
sweet.
have to stand.
Thank you, Emma. This here.
The same goes for anyone else in the room. If you need a microphone at your seat, just raise your hand and we will bring it to you.
Do we want to provide a chair for her now?
I think it might be better if I stand, but thank you very much. I would signal if I need to. Okay. No, thank you.
Kelly, bring the mic down to your face so that they can hear you in the back.
I will. I just need to prepare for just 1 second, please. Emma, could you take care of? It came out of the clip. If you could just get that to the board members and also to Emily. And I'll keep this one. Oh, I'm sorry. One packet is missing this.
Shannon.
Thank you. While they're getting ready to pass this packet out, what I've labeled it is the...
Kelly, we just need to start with your name and record.
Yeah,
and
you're
address.
so right. Thank you. Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. What's being handed out to you right now is a planning board handout packet of the abutters, interested parties, and public testimony. This is the counterbalancing evidence that some members were seeking. So it's at your fingertips now versus going into the link, even though I do appreciate it is in today's online packet that has listed everything that we have done. But these are the items that were done by experts. And I'd like you to reference them or use them as you see fit. I would like to say the public experts on record for us, the public, include 3 attorneys, land use and environmental law, real estate law, the claims court representing or litigating in front of the Saco Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, contract zone agreements, subdivisions on the local level, or at the Maine Supreme Court. We had a traffic expert study report. We had the Bicycle Coalition of Maine, Conservation Commission, an ecologist, a banker, a developer, and a realtor, plus the public testimony. We had experts. Nobody that I could see really referenced any one of them. The table of contents is all there, so there is the counterbalancing evidence from the public.
I will start to read my letter, and then I would like to show you the plans. I don't know if you've read them like I have, but you do need to be aware of these issues. For full disclosure, last Monday, I informed the City Council that the citizens' continued grievance hearings are forthcoming and that the grievance will not interfere in any pending planning board application process. We will be addressing the city administrator, planner, planning chair, and board, and may, if dissatisfied, bring our grievances to the appellate level, appeals, court, and I will add the main board of overseers of the bar. Outside Attorney Langsdorff stated all issues as to due process, bias, violations of charter, ordinances, processes are all proper issues to raise with the above persons or on appeals. As to our grievance with employees, it is the administrator's sole jurisdiction and role upon which we will address with the new administrator, Bohenko, to investigate. I absolutely emphatically agree with Mr. Caney's letter and the previous speakers. The board must go back to 620 and honor the tie votes, the failed preliminary review, or move forward and vote no on final approval. It is on the applicant to prove burden of proof. They didn't, and it failed. To add, we should not be at subdivision review at all, as repeatedly stated by Mr. Grossman, nor by code standards requirements. The final subdivision review completeness for application should not have been presented to this board on 8/15 or 9/5. The jobs and requirements of the planner, applicant, and reviewers was not complete to schedule such a meeting. They were now included in the 10/5 packet. Yet by deeming it to be complete on 9/5, you started the clock. By closing the public hearing tonight without review of the evidence, you again will have prematurely started the clock by ordinance. By the planner not responding to my 9/6 email, which I have FOIA'd, as to the 9/5 comment of 10/3 being the date of October 3rd being changed to October 5th due to lack of quorum and schedule conflicts, why and who were the 3 members were to be absent on 10/3? Quorum needs 4 people. 3 of you had to be absent that night for that statement to be made. Now we are missing a nay vote. This was written before you came, Mr. DeCiani. I didn't think you would be here tonight. Unfair to the 13-month process if we go into deliberations and make a final decision tonight. What will be the continued date? Will there be a notification period? I appreciate Mr. Biggs attempting to question page 2 of the required checklist for the completeness of application. All 6 items deemed checked by the planner and replied that they were in her clarifying notes. Absolutely not acceptable, nor compliant, nor were the 2 items on page 1 that were also incomplete. The planning board must trust but verify using one's critically independent due diligence of all applications, be it the documents, plans with notes, and be prepared to make your own independent questions, findings of facts, conditions of approval, motions, reconsiderations, above and beyond the planner's department or peer review suggested recommendations. Please remember that all info from the applicant, departments, peer, public, etc., land on the planner's desk. However, the planner, be it herself or the 3 before her, do not decide an application, only minor reviews. Side note, where are those minor reviews publicly listed or shared? Only the planning board decides. In my opinion, as an expert real estate broker for almost 20 years and a former ZORS member, I am well-versed in due diligence, Saco codes, and its still pending 2021 subsequent amendments. I present following observations and/or questions. Tonight's packet states all set by department or peer reviews. Really? The final signed site and subdivision plans will be recorded at the county registry. Have you done your due diligence? Section 188-503 application items, the final plan shall contain the following. Those items I mentioned before, 2 of them were not there. Items required from preliminary subdivision review to be submitted before final subdivision. I appreciate Mr. Biggs picking that up. 13 months later, the planner now, at final subdivision review, final public hearing, includes the other equal party. The abutters public links to the application for easy access. Why wasn't 188-404 phased approval applied to this applicant? On 8/15, where is the subdivision application? Reference has been made, dated 7/25/23. Has the applicant entered into, meaning signed, the TMP approval with conditions prior to subdivision review? The TMP states agreement, interim City Administrator Duas and Stephen Landry, the state traffic engineer, now needing to be revised as of 10/10 with the new Administrator Bohenko. It was never signed. They never entered into agreement. Applicant shall revise construction sequencing plan based on requirements from city staff. Some staff comments remain to be incorporated. They were entered into the 10/5 final public hearing packet and after application completeness approval. In my opinion, violating 9/5. On 9/5, all those items on page 2 were checked. Where are they? I did speak with Parks and Rec Director on Wednesday as to his Lincoln Village file on 50% reduction of impact fees, trails, et cetera. I haven't heard back yet. That brings me to the plan, some of the plans that you have. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to run through these quickly as far as the numbers if you wanted to capture it. And I will hold it up to you so you can kind of see the color coding that I'm referencing. This one is the cover sheet, general notes and legend. First time the consequent construction sequencing plan that went on to this plan. You've been talking about it for months. First time it showed up was after. It was before the 9/5 packet. That's not acceptable. The next one is C102, construction sequencing plan. When you look at this plan, and you've all must have seen it, I'm going to start at the top. There is the wetland number 2. It's safety, risk, and liability. There's only a 4-foot fence that is on the abutter side. Why isn't this green area, that's the wet pond number 2. Why is that not completely fenced in? It's only fenced in on Dan Lasky's, on the abutting side. When you look at the orange buildings, those 2 orange buildings, you're going right into that water. There is a berm, and it's right on the property line. That is safety issues. This should be completely fenced in, gated, whatever they needed to do. When you look at this particular note on C102, you look at number 8, they're in conflict. They need to change that up. This is not what we want to be bringing to the Registry of Deeds. When you look at these 2 houses that are on Bradley Street, these 2 houses, there is a code, 188-710. A provision needs to be made that those 2 houses can never go out onto Bradley Street. It should be in the note in the plan. They can only go out on the drive of the private road. The next one would be the quarry. No one's really mentioning the quarry. The quarry is this pink area right over here, over by the Kimball Health Center. When I talk about the quarry, that is a 10 to 15-foot elevations. I personally walked out there yesterday, hard enough. I was concerned when I got to the edge to look down into the quarry to see how much water there was in there. I was concerned as an elderly person to fall in. But now you also have the veterans that are in Kimball Health. You have the children that are at the preschool. You have the whoever is in this area is all going to be there. We need to protect the city. What's the risk and liability, and to whom? Then we go on to the...
Kelly, we're approaching 11 minutes, so I just want to see if we can summarize your most important points you have left.
Well, every one of these colored sheets is important. If I can borrow somebody's time, 5 minutes? Thank you very much. Is that permissible?
So we do have in our public hearing guidelines, we allow for someone to speak a second time in the same evening if we get through the room and the board would like to allow that. So
then is that your decision or is that the board's decision?
it's the board's decision, which we're all now aware that you have more to say, so we could handle it that way. I can give you another 30 seconds right now to overview what you have left.
Okay. Look at the colors on this, errors all over the place. Look on the colors of this, you can do a condition of approval. And also, you can put on Skyline Drive the sidewalk connectivity. It's $55 a foot times 1,200 feet, 66,300 divided by 332 units, $198 a unit to completely connect all the sidewalks in that area. They should be doing that for $200 a unit. When you look at this one here, we still have issues. Coloring all this up. This application was not complete. It was not done to the level that I deserve as a citizen. Errors all over the place. Let's go with the trail. Where's the trail plan? Where's the trail easement that was, the carrot was given to us? And now it's down to, in the documents, it's now down to permissible, permitted. Where's the irrevocable and in perpetuity language that you could put to that if we're not going to have an easement or a trail plan? Nothing's there, no details, it's not on the GIS. Where is it? Again, safety and risk, the orange. Again, safety and risk, the orange. Again, where is building number 26? It's not even on the map. Where is number 18? It's on the map, but it's not referenced in the HOA docs. Again, all these colors, you have a sidewalk going out to Skyline, it stops. It doesn't even meet up. Why wasn't that picked up by peer reviewers, staff, or whoever? Why does it stop before you even get to the curb? And where's the ramp that's supposed to be there? The trails, that's all we have on the trails section. And one more, and I thank you for your time. Again, we're talking about these. All of these are errors. We should have never been in subdivision review. The clock should have never been going. And in my opinion, on 620, it was a tie vote. There are no ambiguities. It's solid. Tie vote fails. We should not be here. This should be over. Thank you very much.
Know when I can start.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Elena Littlefield, 13 Boom Road. I would like to top the comments that my neighbors made from pretty much just a view of the common man, because the decisions are made right here, but us, families, all these people, all these neighbors who live, we have to deal with that. We have to send our kids to school. We have to win the lottery to get to pre-K. We have to walk without sidewalks, where cars go 60 with our children. So just from that standpoint of view, we all probably noticed that over the past few years, Saco already became busier. I guess pandemic played its role, and more people now work from home, so they moved to Saco. Nice place to live. So Saco is already very busy. I put my kid on a bus, 7:18 a.m., I rushed to the car, because if I hit that Franklin Street or Tasker Street intersection between 7:30 and 9, 20 minutes sitting there waiting to get out of that intersection. So same goes, bringing my child anywhere else. So this project, adding 2,200 car trips per day to all of that. Even if we talk about putting a traffic light, about some kind of sidewalk, this does not eliminate the amount of cars. It's 700 cars. None of these people who live in this neighborhood signed up for having a 700 cars parking lot in their backyard. And the apartment complex with, again, 332 apartments. No one talked about schools so far. Schools are already overcrowded. We're talking about new school will address these issues. No, new school will address the issues that we already have. Because right now, for example, our kindergarten classes have 19 to 20 children when should have between 15 and 16. New school will address this issue. It will not address the issue of 400 more children. That's a lot of kids. If any of you, I don't know if any of you are parents and you're in like Facebook, Saco moms and dads groups, before September 1st, it blows out with concerned parents that we can't win the lottery place in pre-K. Guess what? Our pre-Ks that we value so much saves our young families $12,000 to $15,000 a year on daycare. And some kids not gonna get it because not gonna be enough space for that. So waiting 400 children there. Next, transportation. We had to arrange with our employers to pick up my child from school this year because again, we weren't, school transportation weren't able to provide any kind of efficient way to deliver a kid back to our house. So we already know all this nightmare. We don't have enough school bus drivers. You guys saying, if you vote yes, 400 to 500 children in there. So again, 5 minutes is not enough to talk about all the issues. I'm not even, touching the side of nature. I just want to say that I speak in today because I need to step up and protect something that we value so much. I live in Saco for 8 years. You probably hear my accent. I only got my citizenship 3 months ago. What we're talking about is highest level of democracy. People's voice matter. Over here, this portrays completely the opposite. We see all these people speaking against of that. We are neighbors who live there. I am talking my child off of using her bicycle because I'm scared to go on those roads. It's scary. If she's on a bicycle, I'm not holding her hand and those cars go 60. You adding 2,200 car trips to all that madness. This is just unacceptable. So again, if this is what I was told in my childhood outside of this country, this is what the whole world admires us, about us, this is not it. This is the whole room of our neighbors who speak against of it, and no one cares. This is people who spend their time and money on preparing this evidence, and no one cares about that. So my last comment, I guess, would be, when you're making this decision tonight, don't think about big guys with big money. Think about little boys and girls. My daughter sitting right there heroically through this meeting. You voting for their safe childhood, for her to get her ballet class on time and not sitting in traffic 30 minutes and then taking a very dangerous left turn that is impossible to take out of those streets. You're voting for us to go on our bikes. You're voting for her place to school. You're voting for someone's place in pre-K. So think about these people that sit over here. No, again, not about big investments, about these people of Saco. That's all they have. Thank you.
Good evening. Justin Hill, 108 Bradley Street. Before I go any further, I want to thank the city staff and the planning board. It's not an enviable job y'all have. So with that said, I do want to address something Mr. Biggs brought up earlier, the implication that people have a problem with this particular development. So to that point, I live at 108 Bradley Street, not 600 feet, 1,200 feet. That said, a lot of people can tell you who's running for president. Not everyone can tell you who their ward counselor is. Phil Hatch is mine. That said, my son goes to school in Ward 5. I live in Ward 5. This is going to directly affect Ward 5. I think it's fair that I have a vested interest in that. Now, that said, I don't know why I would talk about other issues at the 321 Lincoln discussion, like the lack of sidewalks past Bayview, better parking for the Atlantic Coast Trail, North Street mitigation at school hours, Main Street traffic, on the way here tonight. So that's why I want to talk about it here, because this is specifically for the Lincoln Street development. One of the things I think we've seen is a little bit of fear-mongering. Well, we can't be anti-development. Can't be anti-development. We don't want to be anti-development. Well, what I've seen is we refuse to lower the number of units, which is fair. Capitalism, that's what you're going for. You maximize capacity, you're going to maximize funds. Absolutely no issue with that from a business standpoint. But if it wasn't for all the concerned citizens out here, there'd be no traffic improvements, no landscape improvements, or sand as it is now. So to everyone with that, thank you for your involvement. Now, The other part about this particular development, I want this to lead to all future developments undergoing the same scrutiny. This leads into our future comprehensive plan that we have. We know we can't enforce things if they're not ordinances. That's a way we're moving forward. That's why it felt like a lot of things that were submitted by citizens, be it the Conservation Commission, et cetera, basically was lip service, understood. So here's what I will say. I think there's been the thought that a lot of old Saco doesn't want anything new coming in. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I've lived in Saco less than 3 years. I'm not old Saco. I'm not even from this state. But I do care about what's going on in my ward. I care about what's going on in my town. I care about what's going on in my state. This is all very important. So the implication that I am about a specific development, that's not the case. I want the scrutiny to be set as a precedent, and we allow that, and we get better, and we have more deliberate planning. So, you know, we can strive towards that, and at the end of the day, I like to assume everyone is going for the greater good. Everyone is a good person fundamentally, and that's fine. And tons of people I disagree with, but this said, I don't think there's anything wrong with concerned citizens living in the area, especially those directly affected, having a problem with this development. My biggest problem isn't that there's a development. My biggest problem is there's 332 units. My biggest problem is the, I'm going to say it wrong, the priest from the Greek church. I'm not a religious person. I love the Greek churches there. I love the fact they have their Greek festival. I think that's a great implement to the community. All these things are wonderful, but deliberate planning is going to help. And if we negate or talk down or mock or roll our eyes when concerned citizens are trying to express their point, that's a little bit frustrating. But I'll tell you this. I love Saco. We chose to live here. I hunt out here. I go to the Atlantic Sea Coast Trail. I'm part of the Saco Bay Trails. I do all this. When it flooded out the bridge, me and a bunch of other people helped move that. I'm a member on the city's Conservation Commission. My wife has got on to the Bike and Pedestrian Committee. I care about this. I run all through the city, all the way down to Ferry Beach and everything. So the fact that I'm concerned about Ward 5 directly, yes, but I'm concerned about the entire city. And I think we have an opportunity as we go in the future, as demonstrated, and let me take a moment, I do appreciate the improvements that were made. I do appreciate that because that was a consideration that we went through and the concerned citizens brought about. And I do appreciate that those were implemented. So that said, I'll leave you with that. I am concerned about Ward 5, but I'm concerned about all of Saco. And I know we can do better, and I know we will do better. Thank you.
Abby Villarreal, 52 Forest Street. While I haven't come to this meeting prepared with statistics and research to back me up, I come as a resident who was born and raised in Saco. My husband and I started looking for property 6 years ago, and as someone who's been a resident my whole life, I was determined to stay in this sweet town I've called home. We found the most perfect house with a wooded backyard, and we were told at the time was owned by a trust. We soon came to realize the quiet street we lived on was home to lots of children that loved to play outside and a wide range of wildlife that roam freely in the woods in our backyard. It's truly heartbreaking to know that life as we know it is in jeopardy. I've been attending planning board meetings about this project for the last year because it's been so important to me. Earlier this year, I sat in the audience 9 months pregnant and showed up again 2 weeks after having my son, because this project will not only impact me as an abutter, but it will impact my brand new baby as he grows up. Will he be able to play in our yard safely with his friends without fear of excessive traffic speeding on the roads? Will he be able to look in our backyard and see the deer, birds, bats, and other wildlife that call these woods home? Will he be able to walk to school without worrying traffic won't stop for him at crosswalks? Will he grow up wanting to stay in Saco like I did? Or instead, will he see that Saco has lost its charm and succumb to pressures to fit a city of apartments inside what's currently a quiet, family-centered neighborhood? This project is truly a turning point for Saco. I think it's important to not only think about this project as if you live in the surrounding neighborhood, but to also consider what message we're sending to the children of Saco and what kind of legacy your generation is leaving behind.
I want to echo Bill Caney's suggestions on how the planning board should move forward tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. Thomas Clack, 166 Simpson Road, Saco. I've written out my comments, and I'd like to give a copy to the planning board so that the record will be very clear and you'll have it for your...
Tom, I suggest you finish your statement first and then pass it out at the end.
Pass it out
for
at the
time.
end?
Yep.
Okay, great. If that's the way it goes. So I'm a professor of environmental studies at UNE, and my expertise is ecological restoration, native landscaping, and specifically the American chestnut tree. So I do have some expertise to bring to this discussion. I'm a former member of the Saco Conservation Commission, and I was co-author of the 4-page letter that outlined many concerns. I want to speak specifically to the criterion of wildlife, scenery, and unique and critical areas. The proposed development will not have adverse impact on significant scenic vistas, significant wildlife habitats, or unique natural areas. Okay, so I'd like to urge all planning board members to vote no on that project because it does not meet that standard, and here's why. Number one, unique natural areas. Several American chestnut trees have been discovered in the intact forest during this process. The developers are wrong to propose moving those chestnut trees out of their development's way. Chestnut trees like those on the site are older than they look and have large root systems. They will not survive moving. The fungal blight has reduced the trees, but providing them with additional sunlight could allow us to capture and preserve the unique genetic diversity of those trees. Second issue, significant wildlife habitat. Proposed development is on an intact 56-acre native forest within a more densely developed central part of Saco. Resident wildlife will not find comparable habitat to flee to. Clear-cutting 81 of the 122 huge trees, those are the ones that are 2 feet in diameter or larger, will remove substantial habitat, especially these decades-old trees that are the anchors of this intact forest. I want to note that the Saco Ordinance for Natural Resources says that the planning board may require preservation of any existing trees larger than 24 inches in diameter. Relatedly, the clear-cutting of all the forests surrounding the very large trees will destroy native habitat. We're not just talking about 81 trees, we're talking about clear-cutting acreage. An intact forest like this is the home of many year-round or migratory wildlife species, many of which are in precipitous decline because of clear-cutting of forest, as in the proposal. Our birds have declined 40% in the last 52 years, according to the Christmas bird count. These are real numbers, folks. It's happening. In an example of a migratory bird, the wood thrush, the acreage is ideal breeding habitat for it, and it is in even more precipitous decline. The replacement species that have been proposed are unsuitable. The developer proposed a plant where they have clear-cut 2 types of species to replace the native intact forest. Let me give examples. The red maples are the most abundant species proposed to be planted. There's already an overabundance of red maple trees on the wetland part of the forest. It just suggests that there's not thought out at all in terms of natural habitat. Red maple trees are very low cost, and so that could be why they are prioritized. But planting more red maple trees will not replace the significant native upland hardwood forest that will be clear-cut. Non-native species are also listed in the proposal. As an example, Serbian spruce. Plants like these are proposed to replace the native intact forest, and they do not serve as a host plant for native insect population. The survival of those insects is the basis of our own survival. Scenic vistas, another aspect of this criterion. The developer's own rendition of what the development will look like in an earlier meeting was described by one of the planning board members as suburban Texas in the 1950s. This is because the currently richly forested site would be laid barren by the scale of the development, and the forest would be cleared for development. So it was a quite insightful rendition the developer provided. Lastly, critical areas. Large acreage of large forests, such as this intact native forest, absorb greenhouse gases and produce oxygen. The proposed development clear cuts the upland forest and replaces it with impermeable surfaces and inappropriate plantings. This is a 100% fossil fuel powered development with no renewable energy, no solar panels, and no electric car charging. Notably, fumes is part of the criterion in another one of the sections of your development, off-site impacts. But in a nutshell, the proposed development epitomizes unsustainable development. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Most of you know me. My name is Mike Ian. I live at 59 Boom Road. I created the many subdivisions in that zone. The latest one was Sawyer Woods, and we live on Sawyer Farm that abuts Hubbard Street, where my daughter and 2 grandchildren live. 5 and 9 years old. I was just getting going on bicycles and stuff, so that's probably what's driving me here more than anything. So I've been a longstanding member of the Economic Development Commission. I've been on the search committee for the school site with Jeremy Ray and a group of people. And that's generally who I am and why I'm here. I basically have, I want to start out by saying my main issues are with safety and safety for pedestrians and safety for the kids. Seeing my 2 grandkids are over there, and a lot of families that we've sold homes to and lots to. I have great respect for the Goral Palmer team. Whenever I've had traffic issues and projects in other areas, they've helped me out. And having said that, I still feel there's points that I got to pick up. It's a huge package. It's 1,000 pages, and it's not the only thing you do in life is try to thumb through something. And and I've done it for 40 years. And so a lot of you people are very good at what you do, but can miss some things. And so I think you're a stellar board and all that type of stuff. So I'm not here to get on to that point. But I'm going to, if you remember back when we were meeting in the springtime, I think one of my concerns was that loop, the connectivity of, they're going all the way around the site, except for one, they're either going to fix sidewalk or complete what's missing in the entire loop. I've got that somewhere here. I'll pass that out in a bit. Except for, and I'm going to give this stuff to you later on, but basically it's a little handout that shows, you see the yellow, they're either going to fix, add to the yellow, or it's existing. And the little red piece is the 1,200 feet on Skyline Drive, where I gave you pictures, and I think you might have seen pictures of the bus stop in the wintertime. It's a 23-foot road, as 23 to 24-foot wide, curb to curb. Plenty of room for a 5-foot sidewalk on one side where the kids you see in the bus picture are there now. And in the wintertime, when you've got snow there, you're down to 18 feet. And one of the things in this proposal is they were originally going to take all the traffic and put it out through the project as per the ordinance to Route 5 with a 20-foot travel way and 2 5-foot sidewalks. The latest proposal, not until phase 2 do we get that across. We're only going to have an 18-foot paved area connecting the two ends of the phase because they've got some pump stations and stuff to do in there. My idea is that maybe they might consider going to like 23 feet, paint a line so that there'd be some room for kids and pedestrians of that projects and other projects. A little bit it's going to cost to rip up to do what they got to do later on. Something to consider. So that's going to be a handout, and I think I heard Kelly talk about how much it's going to cost. I checked some numbers with some of my engineers, and they could be off a little bit, but you know, $55 a square foot. I mean, a running foot is a reasonable number. It's not going to be 70, and it's not going to be 30. I can remember when I used to do it for 20. And that would take care of, Jeremy Ray lives second house down on Skyline. I had some conversation with him the other day at a track meet. And he feels as strong as I do about that's a dangerous situation now. So either the developer is going to do this, or in my mind, the city should do this. And I prefer seeing, you know, the cost of what it's going to be, that maybe Lonnie and his team would pony up and you know, they threw $100,000 at landscaping. They should be able to throw $66,000 at this piece of sidewalk and make things a lot safer for all the kids and some elderly people. So that was one of my points, and I'm jumping around a little bit and not following my notes too well because I had a friend with a medical emergency with a grandkid today, and that's still going on, so I'm not as prepared as I'd like to be. But aside from that, and then I'm going to leave you another handout, and the other handout is basically, it shows, and I've got a bigger one, but this is Drew's sheet 107, which is a blow-up of the site plan that the planning board will be signing as part of this thing. So this is everything that you're agreeing to, and I think Kelly mentioned it a little earlier, and I remember when we looked at this for the school side, I walked this thing with some other consultants. This was before Flatley. We looked at it for the school, and it didn't work for the configurations of the fields and that sort of thing, so that, but we did look at the quarry, and there's some, if you look at the topo, there's some pretty sharp banks over there, water in it, and I think looking at this, I've colored in on this plan for your reference. On plan, it only shows as a wetland, but it's actually a quarry. It's really dangerous, and I'm seeing only a small piece of fence. Probably not enough protection there in my mind, because once you open this all up to the public, everybody's going to know there's a quarry there, and you're going to put a sidewalk by it, right over on going down the Skyline, as approved. So take a look at that, and I guess I'm getting down towards the end here, am I? Is that how that works? Or am I over? All right, I'll hand out the things afterwards. I can get Emily some PDFs of what I'm going to hand you out and some more, and hopefully this will go on to a continued public hearing as you do this. Hopefully they can say, yeah, we'll fix the fencing around there for the safety, and we'll do that. And what else? Sidewalk and quarry, and Steve Landry and his, and maybe I could be wrong, Drew, but I believe if you look at the traffic report that was done on, was approved, I think it was August, the latest one, it says that it doesn't mention anything about the phasing plan. It doesn't mention anything about 18 feet of paving. It mentions before any occupancy permits, there's got to be, that road's got to go across with the sidewalks. That's in that approval. So that should be amended. So there's a few things that need to be cleaned up in my mind, so that, and the trail easement was the last thing. If you look at section 3.4, and you've got Mr. Saucy here today, and I saw the correspondence back and forth between him and Lonnie's lawyers, and they took out, I remember them promising we're going to be able to use this trail in an easement. And then right at the end of the last draft, and I don't know if Phil picked up on it, but it said, now it's only going to be by permission. And it doesn't even say by permission that's going to be irrevocable or in perpetuity. At a minimum, that needs to be fixed in my mind, or you have nothing. They say, you don't have any permission anymore. So, and that was promised, and that was big, and I think you're making a decision, well, geez, we're going to get that. We're going to get the access easement across it, and then locate it somehow after it's built. Drew said in his letter that they don't have to do any monumentation. If we're going to have rights to it, there should be some way of identifying it on an as-built plan. Having said that, I'm going to go and sit down and thank you for your time. And I will wander around and give you a couple of these things while the next person's getting ready, and I'll sit and listen for a little bit longer.
Thanks, Mike. You can get them to Lisa if you want.
Yep.
Can we have a 5-minute bio break?
Yep. You want to do that right now or after the next one?
Now would be appreciated.
Everyone good with now, board members? Okay, we'll take a short recess. Thank you. Okay, so it's 8:27. We're going to come back together now.
Am I good to go?
1 second. Just
no
want to
worries.
double check we're good everywhere here. Staff is good. Okay. Joe's back. Thank you, Joe. Okay. Thank you.
Matthew Farmer. I'm a member of the Greek Orthodox Church here in Saco, and I live on 344 Granite Street. I am here tonight to ask the Planning Board to reconsider and vote no on the Lincoln Development Project, given the long-term consequences. Specifically, I will focus on adverse consequences in regards to safety and the economic consequences to the residents of Saco. I understand where you're coming from. Many people are moving to Maine, and it's natural that we want to greenlight these development projects. But I think there is a difference between growing responsibly and growing irresponsibly. So I'll start with safety, namely increased traffic. Since we're adding more cars, more parking spots, there's going to be more cars on the road, and therefore there will likely be more accidents. And that is a trade-off that we need to quantify and understand. In the final application, in attachment 14, there is a traffic study. And like all studies, this is nothing against the people who did the study, but every study, when you're trying to predict the future, there's limitations, right? No one knows the future. If you knew the future, you'd be off on a yacht somewhere. One such limitation was that the data used to collect, to measure traffic was from 1:45 p.m. to 3 p.m. I would argue that we would need to assess traffic at rush hour, at the critical times, namely in the morning for school drop-off when people are going to work, and at night when people are returning to work, when people are picking up their kids from school. And if there are more accidents and subsequently, unfortunately, more injuries, we don't get to just flick the switch and undo the Lincoln Development Project. The second aspect that I would like to discuss is the economics. I don't claim to be a prophet, and I don't know what's going to happen to the property values for the surrounding neighborhood. They could stabilize because there's a lot of people wanting to move to Maine, or they could go down, considering we're adding 332 units to Saco. And if they go down, we need to consider the residents of Saco's financial well-being, because many of them might be a little bit older and might be considering retirement in a few years. And retirement is not cheap. So like their plan might have been to sell their house and maybe move into a retirement community, move down to Florida, or maybe get long-term care. And I might add that long-term care in this country is not cheap. They charge a metaphorical arm and a leg. In Maine, according to a Genworth study, it costs $6,000 per month to live in an assisted living facility and roughly $10,000 per month to live in a nursing home. I will conclude with this. I'm not against growth. It's only natural. A lot of people are moving up to Maine, and we need to prepare for that. However, I think that we need to grow responsibly. And as such, I'm asking you to please vote no on the Lincoln Development Project. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Christakis. We live at 512 Seaside Avenue, Saco. I work at the VA, and my job brought me to Maine 8.5 years ago, and we too are members of St. Demetrius Parish. We love living here and being part of an active community. I was not a part of the initial discussions. Sadly, I rarely, though I hate to admit it, get involved in local politics, mostly because of exceedingly long work hours. But the more I heard about the destruction of our neighborhood, and the more I began to attend some of the meetings and heard about some of the astounding points that were made. Here are just a few of them. First and foremost, the size and population of Saco. 20,000 people living in 53 square miles of territory, and we are about to put approximately just under 5% in one small area of about just as many acres. And you wonder why there is discontent, why there is concern about the safety and the traffic problems. We heard about the traffic studies and safety issues at great length, and on this issue alone, was it not that the planning board rejected the Flatley project along with marked zoning incongruity? I had to Google that and learned about it in the Portland Herald Press of 3/9/21. We also heard about the incredible ecological issues. I heard about a 3-3 vote tie on the planning board to move forward with the project, but that a tie is a no vote. So what on earth happened to keep the project moving forward? We were heard the first time around, but could not speak the second time around. So internal politics seems to have tried to pressure the nay voters by requiring the nay voters to explain their positions and repeat the vote. So I'm here tonight to voice my views with the others that this is a poorly thought out, planned, and executed judgment. The idea of this development shatters countless expectations of what our parish neighbors and our parish itself envisioned as a beautiful neighborhood and a natural and peaceful environment for us, home to rare species of plants and trees and animals. 332 units, 700 parking spaces will destroy this, and it remains a mystery to me how we've come this far in the face of so much discontent from the community, especially in regards to the traffic and public safety issue, radically altered appearance of the neighborhood, and a destruction of the ecological integrity of our backyard, when this area could have been better left alone or put to better use as a city park. Is there even one neighbor who is on board with this development? Such a development could have considered elsewhere in Saco to the west of 95 for the many reasons our citizen neighbors have already noted during other city council meetings. We all agree that there will be growth in housing, but this is the wrong spot. The developers and the board dotted their I's and crossed their T's tonight. They were very well prepared and professional. I did not hear a single comment, though. I'm not sure we saw one either in the public area about the public and the neighbors' obvious dissent. But I'm equally impressed with the knowledge of the neighbors. I've become more of a Saco resident than ever before with this issue, and never knew I would be so proud of these individuals who have been fighting for what is right. All sorts, legal, realty, ecological experts, concerned parents for the safety of their children and grandchildren, and so on. They also want to ensure Saco remains a place of integrity in its local politics, never disparage its citizens as POTA endured at one meeting. I'm amazed at what they have done and so proud to stand with them in defending our beautiful neighborhood and city. That's all. Just one more discontented voice and great disappointment in your decision-making, how decisions came to be, where we are now, and how we got here. I urge a no vote too.
Elizabeth Kramer, 34th Street. I first wanted to acknowledge the offsite improvements that Drew mentioned, and I want to preface this by saying that I'm not trying to disparage Mr. Graver at all, but I also feel like this information is important to share so that we can see how similar projects are unfolding elsewhere. I am one of the administrators of the Safe Saco Neighborhood Facebook page. 2 nights ago, a person who lives at Brunswick Landing reached out to us wanting to have our conversation. Their message read, "Hey, we live in a Graver home in Brunswick and are happy to connect with someone before Thursday night about our experience." This person wished to remain anonymous due to fear of retaliation, but she communicated several points which are of our particular interest for us this evening. She said that Graver made promises to the town of Brunswick and then broke them, with one of those promises being that he was building, quote, workforce housing, but that on her street, less than 30% of the houses have sold for under $400,000. She discussed the fact that their HOA is being held responsible for aspects of civil construction, as Graver is now saying, according to her, that it is not his job to construct an adjacent street or the sidewalks where she lives. She even mentioned that the HOA is paying to mow Graver's undeveloped lots. According to her, 2 years ago, Graver removed the streetlights on her entire street, which are now lying on the corner, leaving her street dark and littered with broken glass. She said that there were several playgrounds on site that were ripped down with a promise to build a replacement, although that has not happened. Some of her neighbors, she reported, who live in houses that Graver has built, have had sewage leaking through their ceilings, with the sewer system needing to be ripped up 3 different times. She also said that the construction process has been extremely loud, with deliveries happening many days before 6 a.m. and generators going in the buildings all day and night. Regarding the noise, she said, and I quote, "If you are trying to put a baby to sleep, forget about it." The message she wanted us to take away was that in her experience, Graver doesn't do what he says. If the project passes, she said, make sure the city has a way to hold him accountable. Some of these concerns can also be found in the town council minutes from a Cumberland Town Council meeting on August 16, 2016. The list of concerns cited by a member of the town council include Graver rushing through the subdivision approval process, pressuring town staff, making changes to a contract zone without following due process, a lack of landscape plans for required berms, concerns about light pollution, concerns that the project was being rushed before leaves fell in the fall to give the illusion of a better buffer, pressure to move forward without DEP approval, a lack of plans for water catchment given the amount of impervious surface, glaring discrepancies in financial estimates, and contracting with a blasting company that did not give a butter's notice before blasting. I personally moved from Westbrook to Saco in April of 21, and in Westbrook, I live next to a property that Graver was involved with, slightly smaller than what is being proposed here. My experience there was similar to what we are hearing from other towns. For example, our neighbors were told that there wouldn't be water in their basements, and yet one of my neighbors said that he went from an almost completely dry basement to one where, during heavy storms, he had to wear rain boots to do his laundry. When Tim Murphy testified on June 6th in favor of Graver, he said, "When you're judging a party's technical and financial capacity, it makes perfect sense to look at their track record here in the city." I agree with Mr. Murphy that we should be looking at Graver's track record, but at similar-sized developments in Cumberland, Brunswick, and Westbrook. These testimonies mentioned make me wonder if it is reasonable to doubt Graver's technical capacity and his desire or ability to follow through on the promises that he has been making. If the board is not going to ask for any real proof of committed funds from him, then at least take a more honest look at his history with comparable projects and make sure that he has the required letters of credit in place so that the city can finish what he does not, if needed. I also want to add something here about traffic. There has been a large amount of data given to you regarding the impact on traffic that this development would have, with you all now understanding, and it's been mentioned many times tonight, that even per Graver's own admission, this project would add about 2,200 trips a day on roadways that have already been shown to have high rates of accidents, including a fatality that just occurred this past summer. I encourage you all to think about the traffic impact this way. There are 13 children that live on my street, with dozens of other kids in the surrounding neighborhoods. If, given the evidence presented before you, you still decide to vote in favor of this project, and something happens to our children because of a speeding car or poor traffic patterns or just too much traffic in general, the onus of that tragedy will be on you. If you feel fearful of litigation or beholden to Graver's financial losses, have you stopped to consider the emotional impact it would have to willfully create the conditions that have caused physical harm to one of your neighbors or their children? What would it be like to go through that experience, having been shown over and over again that there are real safety risks here, and then actively neglecting to address them? By contrast, however, please consider how it would feel to honor our concerns and to protect us and our families. You have, from a legal perspective, as far as I understand it, enough evidence to vote no on this project as it stands right now. The data is there, the documentation is there, and a precedent for no vote for a nearly identical project is there as well. You are being given an opportunity to play a heroic role in a real-life David and Goliath story. A developer who, I don't know how much he's worth, probably more than everyone on my street combined, maybe, versus a working-class community advocating for the safety of their kids. It's a pretty neat opportunity, actually. Who doesn't want to be a hero? It's a badge we get to wear at exactly these moments, when the stakes feel high and the pressure is on, and yet we bring our best selves to the fore in the service of a collective hope. I implore you to rise to the occasion. You will be remembered well for it.
Could I ask a question of the last member of the public?
Yes.
I'd just like to know the name of the development in Brunswick that she was referring to, not the name, not the individual.
Yeah, I think she mentioned it was Brunswick
Okay,
Landing.
I missed that. Thank you.
According to that statement.
Correct.
All I can say, it's been an amazing night. The amount of information that all of you have collected and brought is incredible. I would have never expected it. And really, all of you.
Father
And
Basil, we just need you to start with your name and address for the
Basil
record.
Arabats, 52 Plymouth Drive, Saco. And obviously, I'm the priest next door to the development. And I have to say, if there was ever a question of why would you ever vote yes on this. I want to know from each and every one of you, why would you vote yes for this? You've heard all the evidence. It's all there, and it's very clear. And for the life of me, I can't understand why a developer was turned down by this planning board, different people being down, and then 2 years later, another developer comes to do exactly the same thing. Though the old development was narrower and taller, this is shorter and more spread out. But it's exactly the same thing. And the precedent was that it was turned down only 3 years ago. It was all done on Zoom, but it was just around the corner. So I don't understand why would anyone vote yes on this.
I'm Holly Caney. I live at 3 Blackberry Lane. Yesterday's paper had a large article on the need for housing in Maine, and today's paper, there was an article on climate change. It's not a good idea to attempt to solve one problem by making another problem worse. A smaller size project would provide much-needed housing while having less impact on the environment, our existing traffic problems, and the current neighborhood. I am not opposed to development, I'm just opposed to the size of this development. Attorney Murphy on the planning board meeting for June 20th insisted that you should only rely on expert testimony. Obviously, Thomas Clack is an expert in his area, so you can and should use his testimony as significant evidence. On a personal side, about 5 years ago, I suffered a medical incident. I sought medical attention, was referred to a neurologist, and diagnosed with restless leg syndrome. I think most of us would consider a neurologist at the high end of the medical profession. However, 3 weeks later, I suffered another incident. I ended up at Maine Medical Emergency Department and fortunately it was benign, but I had a sizable brain tumor removed the next day. So experts do make mistakes, they can make mistakes, and you need to evaluate the information that they give you. It's not the only way to decide whether or not to vote yes or no on a project. In addition, the city's traffic expert has said repeatedly, well, I'll go back to that same meeting. She did explain, at, I think, questions from the planning board, how intersections were graded. And one of the things I learned from that is that a failing intersection was a 50-second wait at a non-signaled intersection, and where there is a traffic light, it was an 80-second wait. Above those times, it would be considered failing. There are many intersections that weren't even addressed in this traffic study that I time by minutes, not by seconds. I have a watch that has seconds on it. I only look at my watch when I have stopped completely and then glance quickly before I start to move forward. We do have an existing traffic problem. There is a lot of congestion and the wait times are excessive. There is no reasonable person that would assume that this amount of traffic is going to disperse quickly, as Diane Morabito has suggested. It's only going to add more wait time to those congested intersections. I also would like to remind you that the City of Saco adopted a code of ethics and conduct, including that the city is committed to indicating that the city is committed to the highest ethical standards designed in large part to protect the interests of its citizens. The purpose of this policy is to establish a culture of transparency, openness, trust, fairness, equity, and to emphasize the employees, citizens, and committee members' expectations to be treated ethically and with fair business practices. There is also guidance by the Maine Municipal Association. Well, you know, I'm going to go back, sorry, I'll go back to that. The City of Saco employees, volunteers, and elected and appointed officials will treat everyone fairly with mutual respect, promote team environment, and will consistently avoid the intent and appearance of unethical and compromising practices. Employees, volunteers, and elected and appointed officials must at all times disclose any potential conflicts of interest that may arise during their position or duties with the City of Saco. City officials are fair, impartial, and responsive to the needs of the people they serve and each other in the performance of their duties. How did the action of Attorney Murphy demonstrate impartiality, and how are they responsive to the needs of the people they serve when he repeatedly gave advice contrary to the Maine Municipal Association's guidelines? And some of those are: if no legal conflict exists, a board member should be well advised to avoid even an appearance of a conflict by abstaining from the board's discussion and vote. In considering a decision, it must be based on whether the applicant met its burden of proof, and if a planning board member does not agree that the applicant has met its burden, then the board should deny the application. The actions of the planning board shifted the burden from the applicant to the no voters, and a denial became an approval when the 3-3 vote happened and the advice was given that they needed to give substantial evidence, and the evidence that you consider could only be from the experts, or the experts the city's hired. Those opinions needed to be considered at a higher level than anyone else, than the public speaking. Thomas Clack obviously is an expert in his field, so you can and should use his testimony as significant evidence. But in addition, it said the planning board may base its decision on non-expert testimony. In the record, it finds that testimony more credible than expert testimony presented on the same issue. If presented with two conflicting expert opinions, the planning board has the option of making its own independent finding of fact. Board members may rely on their own expertise and that of their professional staff, provided that the information is entered into record. When board members specifically asked if they could rely on their own knowledge, the answer from the city attorney was it was not advised. The board was asked to ignore the hours of testimony and reams of submission by the public. Those actions violated the city's code of ethics and was contrary to MMA guidance. I would ask you to vote no on this application. I am not opposed to development. I would like to invite the developer to submit a new proposal that was smaller in size and much more compatible with the neighborhood where the land exists. Thank you.
Good evening, Dan Lasky, 23 Skyline Drive. I am an abutter. I've got few things to say here. I'm not going to be as eloquent as many of the other speakers who have presented mounds and mounds of expert testimony. Hours and hours and hours have been put into this. The group has spent thousands of dollars on expert traffic studies that were kind of ignored, that hopefully you've been given an amount of information here tonight that's unrefutable. So I really hope you pay attention to it. I want to speak as an abutter. I have 2 grandchildren, and if I'm lucky enough here in a few months, I'll have a third. They come to visit me, and they are 3 and 5 right now, and they play in the backyard. Kelly Archer had brought up that earlier, that retention pond, I think it's number 2. It's like 250 feet long by God knows how deep. And then I'd asked to have it circled with a fence. I see that they have put a fence, I believe it's a wood one, it should be metal, but just along my property line and the other abutters up against that. That needs to be, if this ever goes through, which it shouldn't, but it needs to be completely encompassed to keep the kids out of there. That possibly could be, from looking at it, 3 to 3.5 feet deep. A child can drown in like 2 inches of water. It's a massive mini lake, actually. It's really, really, really a safety issue, and you need to have a good metal fence to keep people and children out of there. I want to go over a couple of things that are really kind of upset me here. The city attorney earlier, Mr. Murphy, said in general, you don't really need to pay attention to the citizens of the city of Saco because they're not experts. Well, I can tell you, there are people here that have spoken already tonight that I know for a fact that have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours in research that are non-experts, but no more than these supposed experts. We also have experts, attorneys, everything, real estate, everything. We do have those too, and you have plenty of that evidence. It states right in the city charter that citizens are supposed to get equal standing. You folks have consistently allowed Drew Gagnon, as the representative of Goro Palmer, after public testimony has been closed, to come up and then speak again, which it's not fair. We've been fighting, this is like, they're up here and we're always down here. It's an uphill fight, and it shouldn't be. It should be on an equal plane. Another thing I'd like you to bring up, say you folks own a store, okay? We are your customers. If you own that store and not one of your customers, not one, is in favor of the change that you are proposing, not one, would you do that change? Of course not. And I've been involved in this for several years, through Flatley and here now. Not one person has come to this podium in favor of this project. That alone, and again, this is not expert testimony, that alone should tell you anything you need to know. Looking at this audience tonight, that's all you need to know. This is not meant for Saco at this size. I'm in the construction industry. I am not against development. That land at some point, unfortunately, probably will get developed. It shouldn't be this. But please consider that. Not one person. I don't know how you possibly can go against that. Skip all the evidence, skip all that. This is the people that you work for. That's the people you represent. Not one person wants this. I know I'm running out of time here. The other thing is the neighborhood review, which we never should have got here. This is what actually kind of killed Flatley too. Does this fit into the neighborhood? That's part of the neighborhood review. It also is sound, it's light, it's several things. This project, to make it compatible, they went down to Park Street in Saco, which is not in that neighborhood. and it's a very much smaller project. They said that Park Street was in the neighborhood of Skyline Drive and Forest Street and Lincoln Street, which it isn't. That neighborhood is made up of single-family and two-family homes, basically. This is not. This is 8 units, many condos. There are some single-family homes, but it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. We're putting a city inside of a city. It doesn't fit. It's too big. It's not safe. The vehicles, they're going to be working, if they do this, now it's staged. It's going to start at Lincoln Street, so I don't know how many units they're going to be doing there, and that's all going to be coming out of Lincoln, not going on to Route 5. I'll be out of here in just a minute. That means they're all going to be going down Skyline and Maple Street. Skylines and Maple, it's already a superhighway. And again, I am concerned with my grandchildren, the children, there's lots of children in the neighborhood, bicycling, scootering, whatever on the streets, it's dangerous. So, but I want you to really consider, not one person has spoken in favor of this project as a citizen of Saco. The folks that you represent, that ideally this should all you need to know. And again, the safety, if this ever would go through, you need to encompass that fence and the quarry to make it safe. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just for a moment, just address our guidelines here for public hearings. So as we know, right, we don't take up new business before the board for 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. We typically adjourn at 9:30. So I just want to address that before it gets too late to the board, if we want to discuss extending or adjourning at 9:30.
Are you proposing 9:30 as a cutoff?
I would make that motion.
Okay, motion has been made by Matt P. to make sure that we adjourn tonight at 9:30.
I'd second that.
Thank you for the second, Joyce. Any further discussion?
Yeah, that's adjourned for the evening with a continuation of the public comment?
We would make an appropriate motion at that time.
Okay. Or now, as a part of your motion?
I think the public hearing's still open. I don't think we need I think that's premature to make a motion, but to continue it, but I don't.
Okay.
I think we
So-
just keep going.
The motion you made is just to adjourn at 9:30, correct?
For this moment, yes.
And Joyce, that was your understanding for the second?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I sort of agree with Rob. I'd like to include in that motion when we're going to continue the public hearing, until what date and what time.
We would have to do that at the end of the meeting. I do agree it might be premature because we're assuming that the hearing will go on for 25 minutes, which it very well could.
Well, I'm
sure
it will.
But I do personally think that's something that we take up in a motion at 9:28, 9:25, something like that. Right?
I don't see why we can't take it up now, but
We will have to take action on it regardless. And I personally would just like to see where we are at that time, right?
okay.
Okay, any further discussion of Matt P's motion, seconded by Joyce? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
I'll abstain.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Abstain.
And I'll vote yes. Motion passes 4-0 0 with 2 abstentions to adjourn at 9:30 tonight. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. My name is Michael Turner, and I live at 344 Lincoln Street. I have several concerns with this development, and my statements aren't going to be as perhaps significant or as powerful as what we heard earlier. However, as a resident of Saco, these are my concerns. The size of this development puts the residents on Market and Pine Street at risk. And I do realize that section is Spring Island, which is in fact Biddeford. But if you look at a map, it's easy to see that that is actually in fact a choke point for any traffic coming from Lincoln Street going to Biddeford. So the residents of Pine Street park their vehicles along the street, and the road is too narrow for vehicles to pass. This is common for anyone that uses that route. I deal with it every day. So this will become a major traffic choke point, creating a dangerous environment for the people who live there. For the residents traveling back from Biddeford to Lincoln Village, I expect we'll see major traffic backed up on the bridge to turn left onto Pine Street. I'm not a traffic management professional or expert, but it doesn't take rocket science to see this is happening already. Is the city planning to put a light at the Pine Street Bridge junction? And this is obviously a question to Biddeford. And if so, what are the ramifications of that? And what about the plans Biddeford has for installing a new light on the other side of the bridge near the Levy Apartments? Has this been looked at, or was it dismissed? And I put it to you, have you collaborated with Biddeford to study this and the impact of that? Because this isn't just about Saco, this is about the traffic moving between our two towns. Another concern is the impact this development will have on property taxes to expand all the services to support this concentrated growth. The people of Saco who pay the taxes have the right to know this. In other words, what is Saco's plan for this? In principle, I don't object to community growth and development. However, the large size of this development is a profit-making undertaking with complete disregard to the local residents. Secondly, based on the things I've read about the planning process, the perception is I can't help but believe the process was unethical and questionable, and perhaps this needs to be looked at further or more carefully. I want to make a final point because a lot of things that people were saying about the safety. I'm referencing this Pine Street because I drive through it all the time and I see the residents and a lot of pedestrians in this area. About 4 years ago, I lost my 23-year-old son. He was a pedestrian and he was hit by a car and tragically killed instantly. I can't begin to reflect the significance that has to a community and how that ripples through the whole town. So I put it to you to do your due diligence and make sure that the traffic study is complete and that the residents will be safe in this community. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary Elizabeth Carolyn. I live at 50 Forest Street, Saco. My property abuts the development. My neighbor had to leave. Ken Studman left, but he asked me to bring forth his concerns. He said the planning board, he would like to see the planning board look at the edge conditions of the land in their compatibility specifically the parking lots and dumpsters that abut the property lines. He's concerned about the visual impact, the noise, and the lights. He also asked that, he recommended that the applicant come back with a plan that has parking lots and dumpsters internally in the project, not on the outskirts of the property. The other thing that he was wondering is, they say they're going to do this landscaping and that there's going to be buffers and all that. But how are these buffers planted? What is being planted? How far apart are they? And what is the growth of those buffers? I mean, you can put a tree here and a tree there, but if it doesn't grow fast, it's not going to preserve. It's not going to give you a buffer. So he wanted to know what the feasibility is. That everybody says, "Oh, it'll fill out nicely." Well, will it fill out nicely tomorrow, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? My concern, I have many concerns, but my big concern is that we voted this was voted down several years ago when Flatley proposed the development. I don't see that much of a change in the plans of this development that would make me say, yes, I'm for it. If it was geared back so it wasn't utilizing every aspect of that property that is buildable, I would be in support of it. But I can't be the way it is. It's like every piece of the property that can be utilized is being utilized with no concern about how it affects the surrounding area. It is not compatible. It doesn't appear that it will ever be compatible unless they make major changes. I do the no mow May thing every year so that the bees and the birds and the plants and all that can survive and feed us by pollinating our plants. I have a beautiful vegetable garden that I share with my neighbors. People come and go onto my property and swing on my swing that I allow them to swing on because I have a nice tree that this can happen, and all the kids in the neighborhood come to my house and swing. This year, with all the rain we had, I never was able to mow my side yard because of all the development that has happened on my street in the past, that my lawn gets flooded because of the stream that runs behind my house. When Flatley was proposed their plan, he said to me, I gave you a 65-foot buffer. No, you didn't. You couldn't build on it because it's wet. So when we look at this, I have to agree with Tom Clack. We have to look at what we are building and how we are sustaining it and what we are doing. I'm scared to death that they're going to go in and they're going to level everything, and then they're going to plant things here and there and here and there, and they're not going to be native plants. They're going to fertilize the heck out of the lawns so that they look nice and green, and the pavements aren't going to let water flow back into the wetlands and back into the river where it belongs. We are going to change how our environment is going to be in that area. And it all goes back to the Saco River. Do we want to contribute to the death of the Saco River with poor planting, and not taking into consideration the environment? A while back, they had a thing on 207, and there was an architect and a construction person, and they wrote a book called Pretty Good House, and it talked about how we In this environment where we're having lots of climate change problems, we have to look at how we are building things that we are not destroying the land that we live in, because we won't be able to live. So I just, the only other last thing I wanted to say was the traffic. It's horrible, and I still don't understand, because I come down off of Forest Avenue onto Lincoln, and I stop at the stop sign at the corner of Maple and Maple and Lincoln, and I sit there all morning long waiting, because all the cars coming from Biddeford come up, and they don't have to stop, they don't put their blinker on, and they bomb onto Maple Street, and I sit there waiting because I can't tell if they're coming straight up Lincoln or if they're going to turn onto Maple. There should be a rotary there. Slow the traffic down and not make one person stop and everybody else has a free-for-all. We need to look at our traffic. We need to look at our environment. I really appreciate all you guys' hard work. I always want your job, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Brochu of 257 Buxton Road. I want to thank you all for your service to our community. We put you in a very unique role within our city, forming judgment between the professional and citizen testimony here. We've heard tonight from many levels of expertise. We've had developers, teachers, attorneys, realtor, engineers, professors, all sharing their knowledge and their research that they provided or have done for this project. They're all very respectable professions within our community, which help makes us whole. There's a lot to take in, a lot to digest. Things such as the letter of financial capacity. Two attorneys say, yes, it's good. Two attorneys say, no, it's not. We're leaving that up to you. You have to wrestle with that. Neighborhood compatibility. We send out mailings for all the abutters within 600 feet of the proposed parcel. But some of the pictures for compatibility were almost a half a mile away. So what is the definition of the neighborhood? How far are we willing to go? We've heard from the Conservation Commission about the report in preserving 24-inch trees, the American chestnut. We can say we had some expert testimony from Mr. Clark. We have stuff that's presented as far as traffic calming on Lincoln Street. It started with sharrows. Now it sounds like it's to some white bollards that they'll be adding. We leave that up to you. How effective is that going to be? The engineer has told us it's not a wide enough right-of-way to do any other improvements, so this is the best that they could come up with. Is it going to be as effective as it is at North and Tasker? We've heard about the TRC traffic report versus the applicant's traffic report versus the city's peer review traffic report. My question is why were the 1,000+ units that have been or are in the process of being approved in Biddeford not included in those traffic reports? If you take kind of the radius of the circle that we used when we were talking about neighborhood compatibility to get down behind the Shaw's complex, that pretty much includes the Diamond Gooch Street parcel in Biddeford. But we're not going to include those 1,000 units that'll be adding to both of our roadways. Obviously, if you've read our ordinances, we're not supposed to approve projects that'll have a negative impact on our abutting communities. You have to weigh that out. So we're putting all of this on you to kind of make this judgment. Obviously, we're not all traffic engineers, we're not all attorneys, we're not all bankers. And speaking from experience, sitting in your shoes, I ask you that if any one of those things is eating at you, something's not right with it, something's not right with it, whether it be the traffic, whether it be the compatibility, whether it be the runoff, whether it be the parking. Revisit those thoughts. I think Ms. Caney kind of nailed it. I really want to touch on some of the MMA training and the advice that you were given from the city attorney when we had the 3-3 tie. It's really the testimony that you hear from the citizens, as well as your personal knowledge, is valid knowledge. Traffic reports that you're hearing tonight that you know about, we all know what Saco was like. That's all valid knowledge, and it's all a reason as to why you could very solidly decline this application. Thank you.
I'm Melissa Field. I live at 160 Bradley Street. And I would like to recommend that before the planning board makes a decision on this, final decision on this development, that you have the opportunity to speak to Patrick Fox from Public Works. I attended a meeting last week with Bike Ped Committee, and he was there along with Emily was there as well, and I think Shannon. And it seemed to indicate that these ballards, is that what you call them? The white ballards, is that what you're calling them? Ballards, the ones you're going to put up? Something like that. He seemed to indicate that those things over on Tasker and North people just drive right over them, and he has to replace them. So they don't seem to be this effective system. And he also seemed to indicate that the use of these radar speed signs, that people just after a while get used to them and they ignore them, which may be the reason why the last one that we had on Bradley Street seemed to give an indication that 80% of the traffic was speeding because people were just ignoring them. So I'd like to actually have both the chief of police as well as Patrick Fox be able to address you in some way on those two items about whether or not these things are window dressing or whether or not they actually will be effective in helping to mitigate the speeding problem. Thank you.
Jane Karen, 264 Lincoln Street in Saco. Thank you for your time tonight. And I want to thank all of the citizens who have again come forward, as they have been for over a year, more than that. They may not have been here in person, but they are here in our city. And way back when Flatley was the item, with a very, very similar development, traffic was a grave issue, still is. And I remember when Gravier's group had their community meeting. I went to that. Many citizens did. And the clock was ticking for 1 hour. He presented, and part of his presentation was, I know about what happened before, the Flatley, that's not this. I'm following this rule and that ordinance, and so forth. So that's not going to be part of the topic tonight. We did have public comment allowed after the pictures and so forth. But right at the 1 hour moment, up, closed down, it's over, done. Citizens still were speaking. I didn't have an opportunity to speak. I did speak with, I think it was Drew, concerning that large collection of water. I really don't know what it is, but it's still an issue now because it was a concern. It holds all this water. That will be taken care of. Yeah, I'm sure that will be taken care of. This was after the meeting. I had a one-on-one with him, just short, 5 minutes. But that's still an issue tonight. And the public meetings Back October of '22, there's several, in '23, March, April, May, and so forth, you've been hearing from the public, all kinds of information coming in. And unfortunately, that didn't take precedence or even equal concern, apparently, in all of the planning department paperwork. And so now we're here at these meetings with citizens who are really experts and not experts. But they're family members, they're citizens, some are parents, some are professionals. Everyone is speaking up because there's a lot of frustration over all this time that maybe we have not been heard, and it's so critically important that we are heard. Our literature, everything that you've been given needs to be gone over, and our voices need to be respected and included in what's going to happen for a vote in the future. It's certainly a beautiful piece of property. Many of us might have said it would be perfect to keep it for the environment. I'm one of those people. However, the reality of it is it may not, probably won't be, and the progress of growth and so forth, but for this size of a development, there's an in-between. And that needs to be considered here. 330 plus units is not an in-between. I think it's a devastation to the land, to our neighborhoods, to our citizens, to the traffic beyond just the North Street and Tasker and Lincoln Street and so forth. So this is very serious, and you all know that, and I appreciate your work on it. However, we do need, as citizens, to know that you have carefully made certain that all of our comments and literature and so forth is carefully reviewed prior to any consideration to approve this application. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, board members, it's 9:25, so I suggest we maybe take this last comment and then regroup on a motion.
I'll be short.
Okay.
My name is Bonnie Hattieris. I live at 16 Gray Avenue. For quite a few years, I lived at 32 Hall Avenue. I worked at Saco Middle for 18 years and drove from Hall Avenue, up Beach Street, up North Street, across the Turnpike to Saco Middle. I can testify that the traffic during rush hour in the morning is horrendous. All of the streets that I would pass, people would be lined up trying to get out. People would be dangerously darting out into traffic with their vehicles. It was a nightmare every day. It would take me 15 minutes to go 3 miles. And it hasn't gotten any better since I retired. I'm driving grandchildren now, and I'm often driving during rush hour in the afternoon. I have to go out to the Foss Road soccer fields or pick them up at camp or daycare in the summer. Traffic is almost gridlock, and you're going to add another 700 vehicles because nobody has just one anymore. So this whole area is bad. You routinely see people running red lights all over Saco, but up here, too, where Industrial Park comes in, and it's not going to get better with this development. I would really ask that you send the applicant back to come up with something that fits and is not as huge. So thank you.
Okay, board members, it's 9:27. We've had a motion get accepted earlier to adjourn at 9:30. So we do need to take action with the public hearing.
I move that we continue the public hearing to our next meeting.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Rob. Thank you for the second, Matt P. Any further discussion?
Emily, when would be the next available meeting to continue?
It would be October 17th. If you can add that to the motion, that would be appreciated.
So I move that we continue the public meeting till, public hearing, excuse me, until October 17th, you said it was? Yes.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Matt. Any further discussion?
I'm just curious what the agenda, how many agenda items do we have that evening? We know that yet?
I believe there are 2 agenda items.
Beyond this, you mean? Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
What-
Jeff?
So can we, are they long items or?
They are, hold on, I'll look for you.
Just asking to make sure we're giving the appropriate amount of time to each of these items and.
That's all right. I just wondered if we could do the public hearing first and put those items afterwards.
We have Maury Springs final subdivision review and a permit extension request.
Okay. So we have a motion right now to continue the public hearing to October 17th. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, so Emily, also a motion to continue this review? Do we need a separate motion for continuing the review of this?
Sure.
I'll move to continue the review of this matter to the October 17th meeting date.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Yes.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. Okay. Emily, anything else tonight?
No, thank you.
Great, it's 9:30 and we will adjourn.